everyone. Welcome to Sunday stream and a long-awaited, long-promised, I suppose, day of me doing rat run puzzles, which I am cautioned I should not call rat race puzzles, even though in my brain that is what they were always called. But I am told that the proper branding is that they are rat run puzzles. So we will do that. So this is a series of puzzles by Marty Sears. I believe the series currently has 20 puzzles in it, so we're not going to do all of them today, I do not believe. But we'll do some of them today. And I have not done any of them before, so it'll be interesting to see. So I believe that this is the story of this little rat whose name seems to be Finks. So I believe I meant to read to you the lore of each puzzle. So the first one here says, Finks was chosen from an initial pool of 250 rats to participate in this multifaceted study. This preliminary experiment has been designed to help Finks become familiar with the surroundings, and then the text sort of scrolls off the end. So let's read the rules. So the aim of the experiment is for Finks the rat to reach the cupcake. Do rats like cupcakes? Someone in chat probably has rats and cupcakes and knows whether rats like cupcakes or not. The path will be a snaking line that passes through the centers of cells without visiting any cell more than once, crossing itself or passing through any thick maze walls. As well as moving orthogonally, Finks may move diagonally if there's a 2x2 space in which to do so, but may never pass diagonally through the rounded end corner of a wall. Okay, so the path of the rat can't go like that, is what I am being told, is my understanding. In this experiment, any two adjacent cells along the correct path must sum to a prime number. Also, all adjacent digits within a marked 3x2 box that lie anywhere on the correct path must sum to a prime number 2. What? All digits within a marked 3x2 box that lie anywhere. Okay, so each box's sum is also a prime. Okay, so I suppose the first deduction here is that basically that 21 isn't prime, because if so, the rat has to come this way because he can't move diagonally. I believe it's a he. Is it a her? Do we have a pronoun for the rats? Maybe we don't have a pronoun for the rat. They. If they move this way next, oh, it's a she. It's a she. Okay, if she moves this way, then she will move through all of these cells. And that will sum in box 1, if I understand the rules, to 21, and 21 is 3 times 7, so it is less prime. So she cannot move that way. Also, I suppose we can sort of do this simultaneously forwards and backwards, because we can also say that we know sort of the last step she's going to take is going to be directly towards the cupcake. Okay, but we know that she will move this way next. Okay, and we know at the very least that whether she goes, there's sort of 2 paths she could take through this box. I don't know which one she is going to take, but I do know that she's going to leave this box through here, and then come down there, in order to do that. So we have that for sure. Now, yes. So now, if the rat goes down, if she goes down through this wall, then she'll definitely take every cell in this box. And it's not a per path thing, it's just the sum of all the cells on the path. I was thinking it was like each one has to sum to a prime, but that's not what it is. It is, in total, all of them sum to a prime. So the rat has to go this way, and certainly cannot take this cell by the same property of the this 21 thing. Can't take that cell by the 21 thing. Uh-oh. I've broken it. What did I do? I did something wrong. Oh, it's because there's a 2x2. There's a 2x2. Right. The rat can move diagonally through a 2x2. Right. So basically, we know that because the rat can't move through here, the rat is going to enter this box, which is going to require that move, because the rat certainly can't go back up here. That's not going to work. But this is where we remember that the rat is allowed to move diagonally through 2x2s. And so we can fill in all of that. And so it's probably worth contemplating. Okay, Tristan hates the way something has been done. I don't know what. We should probably contemplate what these digits can be, because the whole box sums to 21. And so if I just ask myself, 21 minus 1 is 20. That's not prime. 21 minus 2 is 19. That's good. 21 minus 3, well, that's definitely going to use by 3. And same if I subtract 6. 21 minus 6 is 15. That's not going to work either. 21 minus 4 is 17. That's okay. 21 minus 5, though, is even. That's not so good. So this is a 2 or a 4, and this is a 2 or a 4. And they could be the same 2-4 or different 2-4s. Of that, I am unsure. Okay, so that is interesting. We do have some interesting parity stuff within a box in that most primes are odd. This is probably going to have to be 1-1. If I bet I could prove that it had to be 1-1 if I thought about it harder than I intend to think about it. But I'm not quite that desperate yet. Hey, Ratfinks. But we can look at that. The path does not have to alternate in parity because 1-1 is very possible and 2 is prime. But there's only one spot where where we can do that, other than like down here somewhere where basically anything could happen. Yeah, it does within one box. So it is going to have to be 1-1 is basically the point, because basically Selena is saying that I should not chicken out of proving that it's going to be 1-1 because it's really easy to prove. Because, for example, these 3 digits have to be odd, because I only get, so basically, if I look along the path, basically the claim is the sum of any of these 2 consecutive digits needs to be a prime, which means it needs to be odd, because none of them can sum to 2. And if you look at that, then that means that they need to be one of each parity, and so that percolates backwards through the whole box. But now if these 3 are the same parity and this cell is even, that means that this parity is odd, so that these are 1, 3, 5. But exactly the same argument applies over here with those, although I probably am just going to get rid of the coloring. But the point here is that now these are 2 odd numbers which need to sum to a prime, so those are 1 plus 1. Okay, so we can do that. We'll bring out Zach for a 1 dance, even though we don't usually do dances for 6x6s, but this is also the first rat race digit, so we'll take it. Ba-boop, ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Rat race count 1. I noticed as soon as I said it, but Zach was dancing, so I could not interrupt him to correct myself. Rat run puzzle. There we go. Okay, so the point is that these are from 2, 4, 6. And so fortunately 1 plus all of those numbers is even, or sorry, is prime. These numbers also certainly have to be even for what it's worth, because we're adding something to 3 or 5, and so these are from 2, 4, 6 as well. Several people in chat, I feel like the fact that everyone in chat has done these is going to make this an interesting stream. This can't be a 6 because it's definitely next to a 3. And it can't be a 4 because it's definitely next to a 5. And so this can only be a 2. Likewise, this can only be a 2. And so that is going to give us the 4 and the 6 and the 6 and the 4. And now the 6 can't go next to a 3, so this has to be a 5, and that has to be a 3, and that has to be a 5, and that has to be a 3. And now this has to be a 4 because it can't be a 2 and it can't be a 6. So we get lots of digits running through there. The rat run journey has indeed begun. Likewise, this has to be a 4 for the same reason. Let's see. So there's definitely an even digit in here, and it's either a 2 or a 6. But I don't think there's anything interesting I can do with that yet. Let's see. Okay. Oh, 4 is just placed here by Sudoku. Maybe I should do Sudoku. And 4 is placed here by Sudoku, and now we've got all the 4s in the puzzle. It seems like the kind of thing that maybe I should do if I want to succeed at this. I know that there is a 2 and a 3 in these 3 cells for what it's worth. I was trying to decide if I could prove something like knowing that the 2 and the 3 in here meant that this was 2, 3, but I don't want to. I'll put it that way. I don't want to so far. Let's see. Okay, so 4 goes through 1 or 5. So if the 4 came through here, it would be a 1. Okay, there's always a 1 in one of these 2 cells, I guess is the point. Oh, maybe that's not true. Maybe the 4... No. The 4... If I look at it, I'm either going to go directly here, in which case this is going to have to be a 1, or the 4 is going to go up here. Oh, no, sorry. Then it would go through an odd and then through an even, and this would be a 2. I see. So this is either a 1 or a... There's either a 1 here or a 2 here, which is considerably less useful. I guess it could be a 3. But not a 5, because 4 plus 5 is 9, which is a prime power, but not a prime, tragically. Let's see. That is true. In order for the parity to sort of swap around, I need to be going across a diagonal, and there's no diagonals in this area by construction. So that means that we can sort of checkerboard color this area in evens and odds. And so the checkerboarding here, you have to keep in mind what it exactly means. It only means that that parity is correct if Ratfinks happens to step on it. Otherwise, not. So this digit's always a 3 or a 5, and this is a 2 or a 6, and this is a 2 or a 6, because all of these are on the thing. Let's see. Now, this I don't know is odd, but if it was odd, it would be a 1 or a 3. This, by the way, is just a property that if your path does not move diagonally, then across a checkerboard, it always alternates between white squares and black squares, or whatever coloring you want. So that's why this sort of checkerboarding property happens. But as soon as diagonal moves are introduced, it's all out the window. Okay, interestingly, this cell's always odd, because either it's on the path or it's off the path. And in both of those scenarios, it's odd, because either you go directly there or you go around and visit every other cell. So this is always odd, for what it is worth. Oh, right. And therefore this, because of the other rule, the rule about the box, this doesn't work. Because if I do this path now, we've just said this number is odd, but that's not plausible, because then the sum of the path, well, the sum of the path is just visibly even if I do this. I don't need to think about that digit at all. So the path can't do this, the sum of the path within the box, because we have these two separate rules about the sum of pairs of consecutive things and the sum of all the cells within a box. And this path fails the sum of all the things within a box rule. Okay, so we go something like that in order to get our precious rat out of there. These we don't know anything about the color of anymore. Let's see, and these we have marked everything we know about the color. We know that these two 2-6s are the same 2-6, for what it's worth. So they're either both 2 or both 6. If they're both 6, I guess this is a 5 and a 1. If they're both 2, then I guess this is... Wait, is this just never... No, never mind. They can't be different in any circumstance, because this 2-6 has to go in this box. And the only place this 2-6 can go in this box is that one. Yeah, okay. So the thing to do is actually to now do Sudoku the other way, as Selena says, which is to say, where does this digit go in this box? And the answer is there, so therefore it's a 1. And so that's a 1. For whatever that does for us. So now these are I was going to say a 2-7, but that doesn't sound right to me. These are a 2-3. This is a 5 or a 6, and so is this. Okay, and this is a 2 or a 3, just if I want to mark what digits can be what. I'm not sure that I actually do, but what can you do? If this is... Oh, this can't be a 2-3 anymore, because if this is a 2-3, that doesn't work. So there's basically two options for this. And I need to avoid the 6-3 combination. But I will get the 6. If I make this a 6, this will be a 3. I think there's probably some nice way to see that. The way I'm seeing it is heinous, but it's a one-step look ahead, so I won't complain too much. But if this is a 6, that's a 5, and this is a 3, and now 6 and 3 are next to each other. I think this is an XYZW ring, is, I think, the point. So this is a 2. These are 3s. That's a 5, and that's a 6, and that's a 5, and that's a 2. Okay, sorry. David had the right way to see it, which is to just say, this 3 doesn't work with either option, is the way to see it. This is much, much, much cleaner than the way I did it. If this is a 3, it doesn't go with 2 because of that cell, and it doesn't go with 6 because it's not prime. So therefore, this is a 5. That's much better. 2, 2, 3, 3, 5, 2. Okay, so now this is 3 or 5, just for the record. And that means this isn't taking the Oh, it could take 2 diagonals, I suppose, is still on the table. These are 5 and something. 5 and 6, actually. Let's see, these are 1, 5, 6, making that a 1 or a 6. This is 3, 5, 6. Okay, so making that a 3 or a 6. Oh, there's a 2 that I can place. Aha, that will be handy. So that's a 2, making this a 1, making that a 1. And now we've got all the 1s in the universe. Okay, well, now she certainly can't come to the 2 because 4 plus 2 is not prime. And so now she comes to the 1. These are 3 and 6. Okay, so we can't take this diagonal, I guess, is one of the points. Because if we take this diagonal, it's the same 3, 6. And there are not a lot of numbers that if you add them to themselves, you get a prime. In fact, we've already used the only option for that. Okay. This line is never good because if I take this line, there's a 3 in it, and I get either 3 plus 5 or 3 plus 6, neither of which is prime. So I'm never allowed to do that, at the very least. Oh, I see half of my chat was covered up by my thing, so I've been like chronically behind on chat for this whole time. One moment. Okay, there we go. Yes, and so for the same reason, Emily points out, yeah, you can't go horizontally here because one of these is 3 for the row, and neither 3 plus 5 nor 3 plus 6 works. So therefore, she has to do that. And now neither of these can be 3, so they have to be 5 and 6. Is the only way that works. And now 6 does not connect to 2 or to 3, so we have finished her path through the maze. And so that is a 3, a 6, and a 5, and a 6 and a 3. Very cute start to this. Experiment completed successfully. Finks is already showing tenacity and increased cognitive abilities, ready to progress to a larger maze. Okay, I'm instructed that I am to take a break, so I will take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment with number 2. So see you in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Oh, I didn't actually pull up the thing. Tristan says my sound was very bad, so hopefully my sound is slightly better now. Uh, there's a cube thing. Probably not a Magic the Gathering cube, though, which is my preferred kind of cube. Okay, so stage two, or sorry, experiment two, beige. The preliminary experiment was an unmitigated success. Findings exceed expectations. However, this beige maze will no doubt prove more challenging. Despite the seemingly straightforward test constraint, the large maze size will, I believe Ratfinks has eaten most of the doctor's notes here. By the way, this is if you are curious, this is taking place on the 12th of June, 1974. So that will help. Okay, so now we have an 8 by 8 grid. And so now we must find the cupcake. I'm going to guess probably we're not going to find the cupcake like that, but maybe we will, and it'll be a short puzzle. Lost style time jump. I love Lost. Lost is probably my favorite TV show of all time. That or every version of The Mole ever, or The Genius. You know, there's a few good options for best show ever. The path will be a snaking line that passes through the centers of cells without visiting any cell more than once, crossing itself, or passing through any thick maze walls. As well as moving orthogonally, she can move diagonally if there's a 2 by 2 space in which to do so, but may never pass diagonally through the rounded end and corner of a wall. The test constraint. So I think each time the path constraint is going to be different. In this experiment, any 2 adjacent cells must sum to at least 10. So we definitely cannot run all the way across the bottom, because then we would need to sum, every pair of digits would need to have one of 6, 7, 8, and there's only 3 of 6, 7, 8. And so we can't ever go 3 times, 3 sets of 2 dominoes across the bottom. So we never go this way. We do know that she's at least going to go this far, but can't go that way because then she would have to do that. And remember, there's only 3 6 7 8s. Or if you want, you can add all of it together, but that seems messier to me. So we are going to come up there. Now, for exactly the same reason, she can't step this way, because if she steps this way, then we're going to have a problem. And in fact, if you want to think about the corollary of, by the way, 5 plus 5 is 10, just to note. So you can use 2 5s if you can do it. But the interesting thing is 1 just doesn't work. And so this cell has to be a 1 for those purposes. And so we can bring out Zach for the 1 dance again. Ba-boop, ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop, wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Now, 2 only goes with 6. So that probably means the 2 has to be going in one of these. Sorry, 2 only goes with 8, which means the 2 can only possibly go in one of these cells for what it's worth. I don't know if I can use that yet. But we can sort of continue along this path because we don't know if we're doing that or that yet, but we certainly are then going to have to do that. Also, now that she's not getting to the cupcake through here, she has to be getting to the cupcake through here. As we do that. Yeah, if we go up here, then we get stuck taking the 1 in the column if you want. And we just never step on the 1. So we have to avoid at least 1 cell in every house. And we won't do that if we go up. So we are obligated to do that, which now has placed the 1 in this box. And so now we do indeed go diagonally like that. Uh, let's see. Trying to see what's wrong if we just do that, but maybe that's thinking a little too, maybe that's a little too look aheady, and I shouldn't be asking that question. Uh, if this were 2, both of these would be 8. Seems like maybe okay to me. I guess I should mark again that these are the only 2 cells in this box which can be 2. And so one of these is 8 and one of these is 8. And eventually some combination of these things will align, is the fantasy. This can't be 2 anymore. Because if this is a 2, it makes that a 2 because of my observation about the 2s. So this wasn't a dumb thing for me to think about. Because if this is a 2, I now place this as a 2, and 2 plus 2 isn't at least 10. So this isn't the 2, 8. This is the 2, 8. Over here. Yes, we do have high lows except for 5s. And I guess the correct thing to do was to ask where the 5 went, because I guess, sorry, no, never mind. That's not quite true. But anyway, now if we think about it now, every pair of these steps needs to have a digit that is at least 6. And so in order to cover all of these cells so that every pair has one of the digits that's at least 6, aka 6 and 7, the only way to do that is to make these the 2 6 and 7s. So these two are a 6-7 pair. Otherwise, we don't have that being the case. And so we can't put the 3 there because of that. So this is a 4 or 5 only. I feel like I didn't really elegantly prove that this was the only way that I could do that. But I think it's clear that I can't sort of cover... Basically, I can only do it if every one of these covers 2, because there's 4 consecutive dominoes along this path that I need to kill with a digit that is at least 6. And so since I only have 2 digits that are at least 6, each of them has to kill 2 dominoes. So that immediately rules out those 2 cells. And I can't put them next to each other because then one of the 2 dominoes they kill is the same. So that all works out pretty well. Okay, and so these digits are a 3, 4, 5, just to make that work. And that one's not the 3 for sure. Okay, so now this can't be a 2, because in no circumstances is this digit big enough to go with a 2. So that makes that the 2 and that the 8. And now, again, I've got a 6, 7 that need to break up this string of 4 pairs of dominoes. And for exactly the same reason, those 6, 7 have to go there. And so these are the 3, 4, 5. And that's not the 3 again. We do have a 6, 7 pair now in this column, which is kind of interesting. These are both 5 now because these 2 need to collectively add to that. So this is, like I guessed, these ended up being 5, 5. And so now that's a 4, that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 3. And now this is a 7 because it's next to a 3. So that is a 6, and that is a 6, and that is a 7. Okay, and now the 2 can't go here because the 2 would be next to an 8, and it can't be. So this 2 needs to go up into an 8, and then we need to come this way. Into a digit that is at least 2, which is maybe not the most restrictive requirement. 3, 4, 7 up here, interestingly. Okay, what are these digits? These digits are 3, 7, 4, 6. And these digits are something. Yeah, these digits are 1, 2, 5, 8. Well, the cupcake can't be 1 or 2 because it needs to add to 10 with that. So that is okay. I probably should just fill in all of these quads. It feels a little dirty to just fill in all of these quads, but I don't think there's any way that I can get away with it, is there? Or with not doing it? Okay, I can't come here because there's no way that these two sum to... Okay, well, I now feel justified in having randomly filled in the quads. So I can't connect these two because none of them sum to 10. So I either have to run across this way or just go straight up. Now, if this cell is in, it's an 8. Oh, is there not? Oh, this could be a 7 if it's in and we go straight up like that. Do I know I don't go across like this? I don't think I know that yet. Let's see. Oh, I can put on row column labels, I suppose. Oh, yeah, we can't make all of box 4 being in, is Martin's point. So if we go through this way, then we have to take all of box 4, and that's a problem because we can never take a 1. So we can't come through here, which means we can't go to here, which means we do go through one of these, and I don't know which, but I know whichever way we do it, it involves doing that. And now we can't go up here, or we'll take all of box 2. So we just have to come along here. Can't come back through here for the reasons already articulated, and so we actually know that we get at least that far. Oh, we could diagonal here, I guess is the problem. Yeah, so we don't know about that. So I think we know, funnily enough, everything except that. Yeah. Right. Oh, sorry, we could even go up. Right. We could go up. Yeah, so we could go whoop whoop, or we could go whoop whoop. Okay, yes. Okay. Okay. There's a 6 and a 7 in here. I'm going to note because one of these dominoes needs to have a 6 and one of them needs to have a 7. So that cell's not 6 or 7, and that cell's not 6. And now this is not big enough to connect there, is the point. So now this only connects up, which means this now isn't a 2 or a 3. And in fact, this is just never a 2. In fact, I guess I knew this wasn't a 2 right away. I could have said that before I even did any of this, because the 2 only connects to an 8 within the box, and there's no way this is connecting outside of the box. So anyway, this is a 3, and that's a 7 is the version. So that's a 4. So no 4s there, no 3, 7 there, no 4 there, no 1, 5 there, no 1, 5 there. So that has become a 2 and a 6. No 2, 6 there. Okay. So, okay, now we can't go up column 2 because we would encounter a 2, is what Chad is pointing out. And the encountering the 2 would be bad because if we go up column 2, we just have to do that, and there's no place to put the 2 because the 2 would need to be next to an 8. So we don't do that, so the only thing we're allowed to do is that. And as soon as we fill that in, that's a 5 and a 1. And now this is an 8 and a 4. And now, certainly she's going to get lost if she goes this way. So she certainly connects over like this, making that a 6 and a 2, and that a 7 and a 3. And now this digit has to be a 7 because it can't be an 8 and it needs to add 2. Has to be a 7 because it can't be an 8. What? What did I do? Okay. I do know that there's a 4 here. I know that this digit is at least 3. In row 2 now, the 1 is placed because we can't place the 1 on a line, and we know everything else is on a line. So that's a 1 and a 5. So I should fill in all of this stuff. So these are 4, 5, 6. Okay. I guess that means there's a 6 in these, is what I know, because if there's not a 6, then they only add to 9. So that's not a 6. This number is not a 1 or a 2, funnily enough. And this number is definitely not a 1. Let's see. Oh, yeah, this can never be a 2 because I need... yeah, right. This digit can't be a 2 or a 3, I guess, is much easier than the thing I was about to say. 4, 5, 6 needs a number that's at least 4, so this can only be an 8, which makes that a 3. Makes those a 1, 2 pair. Means this now can't connect diagonally to either of those. If people had just listened to me, they would have known that before. And now 6 has to go in the middle because if it's anything but... Well, this can't be a 4, 5 next to a 4, 5. That would add to 9. Is a different way to say it. So we get that. Now, this number has to be pretty big. Let's go ahead and fill in this box before we say that. This number has to be pretty big. In particular, the only option is 8. If I look over here. So that is a 5. If I look at that, that is not an 8. That's not an 8. It's not a 5. Oh, okay. And now, so that's a 4, and that's a 5. So we finally have a very wasteful 8 next to a 6 or a 7. I think we've been mostly very careful about not putting any big numbers next to big numbers, but we have finally done it. Okay. Let's fill in these digits. Okay, so this 4, 5, 6 certainly does not go next to a 1. I am willing to say that. So this is also a 4, 5, 6, giving me a 4, 5, 6 triple in the column, I suppose. But in particular, that 4, 5, 6 pair, or say that 4, 5, 6 triple guarantees that one of these is a 5, which means neither of them is a 4. And so that's a 5, 6 looking at a 4, which is very nice. Let's see. I liked that a lot. One of those is an 8, sure. Trying to decide if I knew that this wasn't going to work. 5 plus 3 is not 10. That's a good point. So we get that that is assuredly a 6 or a 7. Okay, that's the point. So I can't put the 3 anywhere through here, is what Emma is saying, because 3 only goes next to 7 and 8. And so if I put it, there is a 3 in this row somewhere. And if Sarah tries to come through here, it's going to be a problem because Sarah's never going to be able to put a 3 next to 2 digits that it goes with. So Sarah can't come this way at all. Sarah has to come up this way. Okay, so this is not a 2. Let's see. When did Finks become Sarah? Okay. Sarah Finks, indeed. Okay. Oh, there's a pair. Very nice. Okay, there's a 6-7 pair, which is going to do a lot of damage. So that's a 1 and a 2 and a 1. Not a 2. No 1s. No 1. No 1. Oh, and that's a 3. Those not 3. Okay, so these are a 2, 3, 7, 8 quadruple. And so that's not a 7. Okay, so this is a 4 or a 5. So 4, it needs to go next to a 6-7 pair, I suppose. Okay, we're assuredly not going this way, I guess, is the point. Because if we go this way now, then we go through a 1 and a 3. So that's bad. So we're going to go that way instead. And so this can never be a 2 in that case. So that's going to be a 7 and an 8. And now, of course, this way leads to oblivion. So we go this way. So that is a 2, that's a 2, a 1, and an 8, and a 1, a 3, and a 2, and a 7, and a 6, and a 3, and a 7. And now this can't be a 4 because it would go next to a 5. This is the same deduction we made earlier, but now there's slightly more pencil markage, so we can do it with a little less braining than we had to use before. Very nice. I enjoyed that one a lot. These are quite cool. And so far, not particularly brutal. Okay, so let us... oh no, the next one has Dutch in the name. That does not bode well. But let us do the other... Oh, sorry, I didn't read the congrats message. Let's see, how do I do that? Sorry. Finks continues to surpass predicted outcomes across all 4 cognitive performance metrics, and will therefore progress to a full-size maze in stage 3, with no further training required. Think I'll speedrun all 20 tonight. I don't think I will speedrun all 20 tonight, but we'll see. But unless I start doing them considerably faster than this, no. But I might get through, if I'm ambitious, I might be, yeah, the last few digits relying on the rules is very cool. I definitely think that is better. Yeah, we'll see if I can get through season 1. Okay, so the results of the 8x8 were nothing short of astonishing. Only the tiniest dosage was given. However, we will proceed as planned. Oh, one moment. Excuse me. Introducing black currants to test self-control. Do rats like black currants? According to Tristan, rats like everything, I suppose. It remains to be seen whether Finks will resist eating those that take her in unhelpful directions. Let's see. Okay, so now we are on to this nightmare one, which will take approximately forever. That is my prediction. Because I'm going to guess it's going to involve Dutch whispers, and that's not a good... that's never a good thing for me. At least it's a 9x9 Dutch whispers, maybe, kind of, possibly. But my history with Dutch whispers on the channel is not amazing, we'll say. Okay, so we have normal Sudoku rules. We must reach the cupcake by finding a path through the maze. Same rules about the path, I think. I'm guessing the rules of the path are always the same about being able to go diagonally, but only through an open 2x2. Cells connected by a black current have a 1-to-2 ratio. Not all possible black currents are given. And in this experiment, the correct path will be a valid Dutch whisper line, i.e. adjacent digits along the path must have a difference of at least 4. Okay, so I guess we could do... Yeah, 8-4 is possible. Like we could do 8-4-9 or something going through there. Looking at this, I need to change my line color to orange just to fit the theme. Let's see. Okay, the rules of the path are always the same. I'm not going to reread the rules to the path. Can only cross one black dot per box because the only way you can cross a black dot is with a 4-8. That's a good observation. Let's see. And now this is the first one where you can cross literally every cell in a box in principle with a Dutch whisper. Let's see. Yeah, what are we doing here? Okay, so let's see. Let me highlight for myself all the cells that happen to be on black dots just to see if anything jumps out at me that is like any places where like the 5, 7, 9 are placed in the column or box or something. I don't think I have any instances of the 5, 7, 9 being placed in the column or box or something. Oh, I missed one in box 3. I did miss one in box 3. I don't think that's true quite, Matt Laffey, because I think I could visit, say, these 3, right? I can't cross 2 black dots in any row, column, or box. Is I think the right way. So, for example, I could come in here and leave here as long as these were both 4-8 pairs, for example. Is there something wrong with that? I can't ever go down this hallway. Here's an example of one place I can't do. I can't go down this hallway, because if I go down this hallway, I'm going to get rid of the coloring because it wasn't actually helpful. If I go down this hallway, then I'm obligated to come up here, and now this is a 4-8, and this is a 4-8, and that's 3 4-8s in a block. So this hallway is death. Do not go there, Finks. Likewise, anything over here is death for the same reason. So that combination is bad. Let's see. Okay, we can never cross this black dot either for the same reason, because if we cross this black dot, I guess we could maybe cross it if we did that. That looks horrible, but it's possible maybe. Okay, so Martin is pointing out now that if we come down here, that's a problem because we're going to have to cross this black dot. It's not going to do that. That's going to be a serious problem. And so now I end up with this being a 4-8 and that being a 4-8, and that is a bad combination. So this black dot is now also certain doom. And we definitely cross that if we go in any of those places. So now sort of all of this, if you want, I can sort of mark this in my, I don't know, some sort of color like that to say none of this is visited by the path for sure. Okay, and so now Finks has to get down through this gap. This is now the only place that Finks can go. And so now, we're obligated to go here and here. So this is a 4-8. And now we can't go up here, because if we go up through here, now that would be a 4-8 triple in the column. So now Finks has to come this way. And so that has to be 4-8 as well. Okay, and now this way is certain doom because you'll end up going across here, and so now that black dot is uncrossable. And so now we can come over through here, and so now I guess all of that is now just forced. And so we can continue marking certain death with a pleasant sky blue, as Selena has referred to it. Okay, we can do high-low math, I suppose, if we really want to force where there's fives on the German Whisper. I don't, strictly speaking, want to. One of these is a 9, I can mark for sure, because 4 only goes next to 8 and 9. Likewise, one of those is a 9. Oh, one of these is a 9, so that's not a 9, so this isn't a 4. Oh, no, that's not quite true, right? Yeah, let's catch up the 4-8 pairs. Maybe that's the nicer way to do this. Oh, this one might not need a 9 because that 4-8 pair is hanging out of the box, right? But we do need to have 9s there. Okay, so we've got that. Okay, so we know neither side of this is 4-8. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 6, for what it's worth. I know this isn't 4-8, but this could be a 4 or 8, I believe. Oh, it can be 2-4 as long as that side's the 4. Oh, never mind. You're right. You're right. Okay. The 5 in this row is assuredly over here. No, that's not true. Sorry. 5 goes next to 1 and 9. So we could put a 5 somewhere. And are probably obligated to do so. We assuredly aren't going through this black dot for what it's worth. So like that side, for example, is now verboten. Because if we go through this black dot, then we've now got a second 4-8 in the box. And so we can move our verboten zone over to there. Oh, I need to turn on row column labels again. I'm not quite sure. Okay, so yeah, we definitely have a polarity switch somewhere. So we do have to have a 159 somewhere in row 2. I'll explain that if we need to later. That's right, we do have a 4-8 pair over here. So we know that this is now unobtainium. So we certainly can't go to either of these cells because either of them would force the opposite, which means we can't go there either. Hey, Isaiah, how are you doing? Let's see. Okay, if this is a 4, this would need to be 8 or 9. And this being 8 would be a problem, and this being 9 would be a problem. There we go. Okay, so This digit is the real point. This digit can't be 8 or 9, because if it was 8, then the digit above it would be 4, and that would break. And if it were 9, it wouldn't go on a black dot. So therefore, this digit is not a 4. This digit is an 8. And that's a 4, and we can bring out Zach for the 8 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Where does pink 4-8 go in box 2 is interesting. So it has to go in one of those 3 cells. Okay. So if we go up here, that's an 8 or a 9. If I go down here, that's an... Oh, well, I just can't go down. Because if I go down from here, that's a 9 and it's on a black dot. So let's not do that. So that has become unobtainium. So we have to go that way. So this cell is an 8 or a 9. Oh, and we even actually, because of our path, we even actually know that we have to turn here next. Wait, did I just break it? I just broke it somehow. Oh, right. Sorry. This isn't unvisitable. Right. Okay, yeah, right. This cell isn't unvisitable. It just is not visitable from above. Right. Which is good, because otherwise we'd have a problem, because Finks is definitely getting out through here. Okay, so we've got that happening so far. Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess we can pencil this because this is at least 4 less than 8, so it's at most 4. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, but for what it's worth. There's no reason it can't be 4, 2, is there? I mean, what would be the fun in having one of these where the path wasn't incredibly convoluted? Okay, so Emma really wants me to mark that this is now, if this is a 1, this is a 2. If this is a 2, this is a 1 or a 4, but it's not a 4 because of the row. If this is a 3, it's a 6, and if it's a 4, it's a 2 again. So this is always 1, 2, or 6. 6 would go with a 1, 2 on the side, I suppose. But with a 3 down there, that's probably okay. Yeah, okay, so this digit is at least 5, no matter what, is what people want me to remark. Because of this cell. So this is at least 5. And now if this is 8, it never works. And so, yeah, but I don't want to use that, Josh. That's very techy. I'll use it if I have to, but it's unattractive. So I'm going to avoid it if I can. So anyway, so yeah, so this is at least that. So now this can't be an 8 because 8 is never far enough away. So red circle is 4, pink circle is 8. Uh, so we can do that. So this isn't 4 anymore, for what it is worth. And now this needs to be an 8 or a 9. So we actually now have an 8-9 pair in this row, is an interesting thing. Yes. And so now this corner marked 9, we now know where it goes. It now goes there. And we can mark that this number needs to be at least 4 lower than 8. So this is a 1, 2, 3 as well, owing to that. However, that just makes this a 6, which makes that a 3, and makes this a 1 or 2, and this the other 1, 2, as previously noted. But now if I pencil mark this, I now get away without having to explain the 5 thing, because this is now just a 5, because this is at most 5 by this. So therefore it is only 3 or 5 looking at the row. But from this side, it needs to be at least 4 away from that, which 3 isn't. So this is a 5, and now that can only be a 1, and that's a 2. And if you're curious about this 159 thing people are talking about, if you think about the better whisper constraint, which is German whispers, which is the green lines, which you know is the better constraint because you see them probably literally 30 times as often as you see Dutch whispers. The sort of the key thing is you sort of always alternate, because the difference is 5 or more instead of 4 or more. You always alternate between a 1, 2, 3, 4 and a 6, 7, 8, 9 as you bounce across the line. That is, you sort of always alternate between high and low. So you kind of think that you'd get the same thing with these, but you don't quite, because now 5s can squeeze on the line, and 5s squeeze on the line, allowing you to do that. I mean, the fact that German whispers are a better constraint than Dutch whispers doesn't mean that they were a better constraint for this puzzle. I mean, I think for this puzzle, clearly, Dutch whispers were the way to go because of this interaction being very cute. But in general, there's that. And so, yeah, I mean, I have had I've had at least one German whispers puzzle where I broke the ability of German whispers to do that. It certainly is a fair thing to do if you're going to do German whispers and break these things. But anyway, so the point is this exact configuration lets you switch between highs and lows, because the 5 kind of isn't really in highs or lows. And if you really do a lot of if you do a lot of Dutch whispers puzzles, which again I strongly recommend against, you can convince yourself that this is the only way that you can switch between high-lowities, and then you can anticipate that you must have switched between high-lowities at certain points and use that. Again, I'm trying to avoid using that kind of logic if I can, because I think it's kind of techie, as I like to say. It's sort of in the same genre as set, where it's sort of a thing that you can prove if you have to, but you try to avoid it. It's the same thing for me. Okay, so it will take Laura's Sudokuing and fill in that's a 3-7. And so now this isn't a 3-6, because neither side of it can be 3. And so therefore, this is from 1 to 4 only. And if you look at it, this is a number that's from 1 to 4 that's only a 4. And this is a number that is now black dotted with 4 that isn't 8, so it's a 2. And so these are a pair of something and something, one of which is 5 and the other of which is 7. And so now we know there's a 7 over here somewhere, I suppose. It definitely doesn't go there. So one of these two is 7, just by Sudoku. And the 7 certainly goes with a 1, 2, 3. And it's not a 3, so it's a 7 with a 1 or a 2. The walls do greatly hurt the ability to do Sudoku. I was noticing that as well. I don't know if that'll go away with practice, but anyway, what's left in this box is a 1, a 5, a 9, and a 6. And this one probably is not 5 or 9 by virtue of being on a black dot. So this is either a 2 or a 3. funnily enough. These we know aren't 5. In fact, actually, the 5 is just placed by that 5-7 pair and the black dot. Let's see. If that's a 7, it immediately makes this a 6. If that's a 7, then we get a little bit more flexibility. I can certainly pencil this as being at least, well, at most 5, but 5, 4, and 3 are gone. So in fact, actually, this is always a 1 or a 2 if I go ahead and mark that. And so this is actually just a 1, 2, 7 triple with a 6 and a 3. And once this is a 1 or a 2, this probably isn't a 1 or a 2 because those probably aren't far enough apart. And so we can actually bounce back up here and handle that. This can be as low as 5. So 5, 6, 7, or 9 are the options for the moment. Let's see. Okay. Oh, these are 3, 6, I am being informed. Which is good because that one's certainly the 3 and that one's the 6. Okay, this now is 3, 6 actually as well, because the only option that it could have been otherwise is 1, 2, but it can't be 1, 2. So actually this black dot just is 3, 6, so that's not a 6. So we can do that. So this is from 1, 2, 4, 8 for sure. I'll go ahead and mark. See, people are talking about 6 somewhere. Oh, 6 in box 3. We did get the 6 in box 3. Let's see. The 3 in this box, I don't think I know anything about yet. This is either... Oh, this black dot now just is 1, 2 because there's a 3, 6 black dot looking down at it. So this is now 1, 2. And so that is a 2 and that is a 1. And I see now that that is the naked single that Martin was calling my attention to, or attempting to. So these are at least 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 6. That one's not an 8. As we continue our journey. Let's see. So there's no 1 or 2 on this pair of digits, which is interesting. So the smallest small digit there could be is 3. So there could... Oh, sorry, there's not even a 3, actually. Because if I look at it, there's a 3, 6 looking up and down. So actually, the smallest small digit on these is a 4. So these are from 4, 5, 8, 9, if you look at it. And so this one is not 4 or 8 just by Sudoku. So it is a 5 or a 9. And now if that's a 5 or a 9, and this is a 5, a 7, or a 9, well, 7's not going to cut it. This is always a 5, 9. And 8 isn't going to cut it here, actually. And that's a 5, 9 pair, so this is always a 4. I'm not necessarily sure I did that the intended way, but it worked out okay, I think. Now, it's going to be pretty tricky to go through there, but maybe it's vaguely possible. What is left in this column is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it is 1, 2, and 7, I believe. Oh, I see chat pointing out that this is never a 6, because 6 would have to connect to 1 or 2, and neither cell this could connect to is ever 1 or 2. So that is a worthwhile thing to note. In fact, if this is a 7, then the only way it works is for it to go this way. Okay. The 4 is definitely going with an 8. because the only things it goes with are 8 and 9. So one of these is an 8. Oh, and it's not that one, actually. So we actually even know where the 8 that it goes with is. So that is an 8. And we connect up over there. That's not an 8. So that's not an 8. So that's not an 8 either by this 4, 8. It's funny, we get a 4, 8 next to each other that are doing this. This was not a moment where I was trolling for what it's worth. One of these is a 2, so that's not a 2. I will mark. Okay, so this number is a 1, 2, or 3 on the basis of German whispers. Ignoring 3s for fun. I don't think I know anything about 3s. Oh, is there a 3 here by Sudoku? There's a 3 here by Sudoku. That was the thing that I think chat probably was upset at me about. Also, that's a 5-9 pair. Even through all the walls, that's still a 5-9 pair, which makes that a 7. And these are a 1, a 2, and a something. And a 6, I believe. And I think that's the only place where the 6 goes. Okay, so we've got lots of stuff going on. That's a 1, 2 pair, so that's a 4, which makes that a 2. That means this cell is definitely not on the path of the dragon. These are only 8 and 9, funnily enough. And these are a 1 and a 5, I believe. So that is just definitely a 7. I guess I knew that lots of different ways. Let's see. I guess there's a chance I can pachinko my way through here. I think it would be a uniqueness problem, but maybe not. Martin is begging me not to consider what goes next to a 4 on this Dutch whisper, and probably implying it is not 5. So there we go. So all of that works. Okay, so this row has some stuff in it. It has a 7-9 pair, apparently, and a 2. Let's see. So now this dot is just 4, 8. And that 4, 8 we actually can resolve it like that. Now this dot is from 1 to 4 only. And it's got a 2 on it, for sure. Let's see. Let's also mark these cells. Apparently, this is a naked 6. Let me just double check that. It's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could be a 6, apparently. It's not a 7. It's not an 8, and it's not a 9. Yep, this sure is a naked 6. So it's a naked 6, 5, 8, and 3, apparently. Okay, these are something, and that is something, and these are something. Okay, that's a 1, 7, 9 triple. So that makes that a 5 and that a 6. There's also 7, 9 pair in the box. Would maybe have been a little bit easier. Okay, I now know that one of these is a 1, but I guess I maybe already knew that. Okay, that looks up, so that gives me a 7 and a 5. Let's see. Okay, so here... Oh, just by Sudoku, there is a 4 on this black dot now because of that 4 and that 4 looking down and that 4 looking across. And so if there is a 4 on this dot, there's also a 2 on it because that's how black dots work. So those are a 2 and a 4. These are a something, and a something. With a lot of options, apparently. Let's see. I can certainly mark these cells. This seems to be a naked single. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. It is a 9. I suppose I should be grateful that in the Dutch Whispers puzzle, Marty has made it all Sudoku, and there's not actually been very much Dutch Whispers to do, which is great. So that makes this not on the path for sure, because 2 and 4 are not far enough apart. Let's see. That's also a 2-4 pair in the row, but I don't think it does anything. Let's see. I can mark these. I sure can. I don't necessarily feel the best about it. That's a 1-5 pair, though. Oh, it could go... Well, you can't go diagonally through this path, right? Oh, you could go diagonally if you did that. Never mind, you're right. You could bounce diagonally through it. You're right. That's still a 1-5 pair, though, so that's not a 1 at least. In fact, actually, there's a 1-9 pair in the column, which actually makes that a 5. Which makes that a 1. Makes these not a 1. Let's see. Neither 3 nor 6 is far enough away from 4, so this is unobtainium. Because this one would have to go there. It could not go diagonally. This here is the thing. I kind of hate the diagonal movement. Oh, sorry, this one doesn't, because this one could do the diagonal. Oh, it can't do the diagonal thing, actually. Because 1-5 is not far enough. So this one I can actually do that. I kind of hate the diagonal movement, but I understand why it's there, because setting this would be an absolute nightmare if you didn't allow the diagonal movement. Okay, so in particular, the only place the path can go is here, which now makes that a 9, which makes that a 1 and a 7, and a 9 and a 7, and an 8 and a 9, and a 9 and a 1. 7 here, 5, 8. Those aren't 8. Okay, those are 3, 6, 7. I mean, there's like 3 spots in each puzzle where it could move diagonally, but again, it's just not feasible to make a puzzle with this kind of rule set without allowing the diagonal movement. But from a solving experience, I think it's a strict negative. The path definitely doesn't go there, so we can do that, and then the path has to go there. I guess 1 could connect to a 6. Without much issue. Let's see, we can probably do more Sudoku, though, now, if we squint at it right. Let's see. Okay, well, we have a uniqueness thing with this 2-4, so the path certainly has to go through the 2-4. We won't use that, but it is true that now the path is obligated to go there, because otherwise the puzzle would not be unique. Oh, in fact, actually, it's just obligated to go there by connectivity, because if you look at it now, the only way it gets to the cupcake... Sorry, the only way she gets to the cupcake now runs through this row. And so this can't be a 5. Yeah, it's very interesting that you can restrict diagonal movement as much as you want. Yeah, I definitely get that just from imagining setting this. This can't be a 5 because 5 is not far enough away from 2-4. So that's an 8 and a 5, and a 9 and an 8, a 7 and a 9, and a 1 and a 5. Okay, 2-4 connecting to 2-4 is not going to work. So we certainly can't go up there, even if maybe we can go diagonally somewhere. Okay, this needs to connect up for sure. Also, 6 is not far enough away from 8. 3 is not far away enough from 1-3, so that's definitely a 6. That's a 3. The 6 now can only possibly connect to the 1, so we can go back and call that good. So that is a 6, a 3, and a 7. That is a 1, a 3, and a 6. Okay, this 8 we must get to not by going through the 7, And so that means the 8 actually, poor Finks has to go all the way around in order to get to. And indeed, Finks can't connect here. So Finks must connect through this sort of diagonally jibby jab. And if you look at it now, the diagonally jibby jab, let me get rid of all of the coloring first. Now that the path is done. The diagonally jibby jab does indeed resolve the 2-4 deadly pattern. So that is a 2. By the way, if you've not seen the idea of a deadly pattern before, the idea, I can explain this, is that if it wasn't for this path, then this 2-4, it would be impossible to say how this ended up resolving. In other words, it would be impossible to see whether that was a 2 and that was a 2, or this was a 4 and that was a 4. And so in a classic Sudoku puzzle, for example, one with no additional rats or fun, if we're honest, included, it would be impossible to have this arrangement. And so you can actually use as a deduction in classic Sudoku puzzles that if you know the puzzle has a unique solution, then you know this pattern can never happen, and so you can use what's frequently called a unique rectangle. You can't use unique rectangles in variant Sudoku because there are other ways to resolve them. But you can use, if you're willing to, use what's called a uniqueness deduction, again, using the fact that the puzzle has a unique solution. Someone would have told Marty by now, since this puzzle was published in June of 2024 and has 620 solves on LMD. Someone would have told Marty by now if the puzzle did not have a unique solution, so we can say that it does. If you're willing to use that, then you can say the path has to come through here because the path has to do the work of disambiguating these. So I could have used that. But this is a long, long way of saying that I don't use deductions that are based on the fact that the puzzle has a unique solution. Because my view, and I don't know, somehow Sam Kappelman Lines comes up a lot on the stream, especially recently. But Sam said it's not the solver's job to find the unique solution. It's the solver's job to prove that there's a unique solution. And so I agree, and so I don't use it. However, if you are, as Timotab says, if you're in a speed solving competition, you use every uniqueness deduction that you can get because you can frequently do those. But if you're in a speed solving competition, you also just blind guess if it's faster and use every kind of gross contradiction that you can possibly find. Like, obviously, if your goal is to do it as fast as possible, all sense of aesthetics goes outside the window. Anyway, the reason why you typically avoid uniqueness deductions, if you've never thought about, like, why is it that people usually do, it's that almost assuredly the setter did not intend a uniqueness deduction, because at the time the setter is placing the logical steps into the puzzle, obviously there's not a unique solution to the puzzle. And so if you use a uniqueness deduction, quite possibly you're spoiling the cool stuff that the setter put into the puzzle for you to find by doing so. And so we generally avoid that. Now, there are some puzzles where the setter did intentionally put uniqueness deductions into the puzzle, most memorably one by AFK. But there are some puzzles, but usually the setter will very explicitly say in the rules if they intend you to use uniqueness in solving it. Anyway, that was a long aside, but the point is that this digit's a 2. And so we get that. Very nice. Certainly a number of setters have had puzzles where there are uniqueness deductions. And so that is always a possibility. But in some sense, a uniqueness deduction can never be necessary. Because at very worst... Oh, read the congrats message. Sorry, I'm terrible at this. The transition to full-size maze appears to have had no negative impact on Finks's performance whatsoever. She showed high levels of self-control, rejecting the black currants that would have been detrimental to her overall goal, whilst enjoying those that happened to lay on the correct path. Black currants eaten. 3. Very nice. But yeah, so in some sense, it's not possible for for a uniqueness deduction to be necessary, in the sense that logically you could just check all 9 factorial to the 9th power solutions and verify that that was the only solution. But it can, in practice, be necessary for humans, because there are many puzzles which are unique, but that aren't really in any reasonable sense doable by humans. Okay, I'm going to do one more, and then I'm going to take a break. Oops, I did not pull this one up. Okay, so the lore phase of this was taking place, by the way, on the 26th of June, 1974. This is going to take a dark turn and be connected to some sort of nuclear event in history or something. There is something about this rat. It's as if she's actually keen to do well, regardless of the cupcakes. Almost like she knows that what we're working towards. It's very ominous. Very, very ominous to say this. I think we're going to... the rat's name on... God, what is the rat's name on Lost? I thought about the rat's name on Lost a second ago. Because that's a whole plot point on Lost, of the tell them that I know about the rat's name. But I cannot now think about it. Think of it. Elliot finalized the one-way doors this morning, which will be tested in the blue maze. Okay, I now feel like we might be on the bad guy side of this. I mean, I guess as soon as you're a scientist in a lab coat working with an animal... Eloise, thank you. As soon as you're a scientist in a lab coat working with an animal, you're already on the bad side. But good. I'm glad I have many people who know that the name of the rat is Eloise. Okay, so... we have the same path rules, the same black currant rules. We have one-way doors. Things may only pass directly through a purple arrow if moving in the direction the arrow is pointing. An arrow always points to the smaller of the 2 digits. Very nice. And in this experiment, the correct path will be a valid region sum line, meaning that the box borders will divide the path into segments which have the same sum. Okay, that is fun. Okay, so we can certainly start by doing the backwards path through here, and note that the path, or the sum, has to be at most 17. Because at absolute worst, these are 8, 9. At biggest, I suppose I should say. If we do go through this box, then the sum is going to be, of course, at least 15. And Selena will be unhappy because we will have the 2 equals 3 deduction. Or sorry, the 3 equals 5 deduction. Technically, we don't have to think about diagonals. That's true. That is much appreciated. Now, as soon as, I guess there's basically no way through this box that allows the possibility that the sum is 17. I don't think, because I'm trying to basically argue that, we could go, no, we can't go through that box either. We don't have any, right. We can't actually make it through this cell in this box in 6 cells. Because if we try and make it through this box. Actually, in order to make it through, we need 6 cells. And we can't go through 6 cells because the minimum sum of 6 digits is 21. So actually, all of these are unvisitable. And likewise, all of these are unvisitable because we'd need to visit 6 total cells in one visit, and we can't visit 6 cells in one visit. I think that also is true of these cells. Yeah, that's also true of these cells. Uh, that if you end up in this corridor, you are forced to go through here and then that way or that way, and that's already 6 cells. Uh, yeah, this one it's not because you can go through in 3. Uh, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so okay, so looking at this box, I don't think we can go. Oh, maybe we could go this way if we come back that way. That might actually be okay. Uh, I just don't think Finks can come this way. I don't think Finks can enter this box and connect through to here. If Finks wants, actually, I guess Finks, I think, just can't enter this cell. Because I think if Finks enters this cell, unless Finks comes back through this way. Sorry, there's still options, I suppose. Maybe I should not be thinking about box 3. That is a very possible thing that I should think about. Uh, uh, okay. If I visit this cell, I think maybe I can make a claim, which is that if I visit this cell, I definitely am en route. No, that still lets me do it in 5, unless doing it in 5 would break the black dot. That feels like a complicated deduction, but maybe it's possible. Because I'd have to use like a 2, 3, 4, or sorry, I'd have to use a 4, 8. So I could do like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, which is 17 exactly. But that doesn't work because it puts a 4-8 on the black dot, which makes the maximum sum actually 16. I don't think I'm going to use that. Row 6, column 9, unvisitable. That I will use. Okay. The rat assuredly can't come down here, therefore. But the rat could perhaps go up through here and it would be okay. Uh, uh, like if the rat does something like that, I think she might be fine. Uh, let's see. Can I do anything useful like over here? Uh, I probably can do something like proving that that there has to be a box visited more than once, because I think it's like a standard rule that or a standard like provable theorem, but I don't really want to try to prove that if I can avoid it. Yeah, because if I do that, I have to do that. Uh, Yes. If we were here, that this is a good point from David. If we visit this cell, then now it's a one cell sum, and so now it's at most 9, and that's going to be really complicated to do. But I don't know that we have enough to prove that it's not doable. But it would assuredly be. Okay. Well, I can disprove it in a completely different way. Which is that if I do visit this cell, you can picture what the path looks like. Because if I visit this cell, I'm not allowed to go this way because I have to do that. And so I can't go that way because I'd be going the wrong way. The cupcake isn't going to the rat, sadly for the rat. So it would have to go this way. But now these two are the same digit. So that just doesn't work. So this is unvisitable, so that's unvisitable. And if that's unvisitable, we now are obligated to go up through this dot and here. And now there are assuredly no ways that I can go up here because I'd be visiting too many cells in the box if I go up this way. So now I have to go this way. And so now... Oh, that's a 4 cell. Sorry, I thought that was somehow two cell sums, but it wasn't. Okay, and so this path comes over through here. And so now all of this is unvisitable because of... Oh, sorry, not this, but these are unvisitable. Sorry, these can be visited if she wants to go that way, but these are really unvisitable. And we know the actual time that Finks is going to make it is going to be through one of those. Yes, it's now actually at most 15. Because we now have two cell sums here. Somehow I thought this was going to be two cell sums, but it's not. But this is two cell sums, so it can't be 16 or 17 anymore. It's now at most 15. Okay, yeah, because of the one-way arrow, actually, this path is broken. If we try and go through this line, we now are obligated to go up into this box and then somehow get back down, but we're trapped and we can't. So this cell is unvisitable, which makes this cell also unvisitable. Which means that the way that Finks eventually gets down is through this cell. And now Finks is eventually coming down through here, so Finks can't go backwards through there, can't go through there, as previously noted, and so has to actually take all of those cells and now that cell, and is blocked from going that way, and so has to go that way, can't go up, so actually is forced to go this way. It's not a one cell sum because of this, so Finks can't go that way. And so has to go that way in order for this to possibly work. That was a lot of stuff all at once to have falling into place. Yes. Now this is 4 different 2 cell sums in the same box. So now it's not 15. So now we just can't take 5 cells because the largest number that we can make in 4 different ways is, I think, 11. 11 is the largest one we can do. So it's 10 or 11. Those are the only options for the total. Because you can do it in 4 cells and you can do it in 2 cells in 4 different ways because of this box. And so now we can't go this way because if we go this way, we now are obligated to take 5 cells and that will sum to too many. So all of that is out. So we come up through here And again, we can't take a cell that would make us take too many. Can't take that either. Okay, and we can't take 5 cells, so we have to go this way over here in order to avoid that possibility. And so now the path is almost done by that. Okay, right. And this can't get to the rat in a way that takes 5 or more cells. So actually, yeah, the rat can no longer do anything but that. And so I think now the path is done, actually. So we can get rid of the coloring. Okay. So. Okay, so, oh, sorry, this is 4 cells. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just for the record. And we know there's no 5 over here. Because this is a 4-cell sum to 10 or 11. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we know there's no 5 over here. Sorry, and these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that one's not 5. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I see. And it's not 1, 2, 3, 4 because it would break this black dot. Because every black dot has a 2, 3, or 4 on it. And so the sum is 11. Because in this box, this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. There's no way to fill the black dot. So everywhere, these are 1, 2, 3, 5. And there's definitely a 5 in those cells. There's definitely a 5 in those cells. There's no 4 in any of these cells. And that means that this is 4, 8 because it's the only black dot that I can make. And so that works. And now that means that the total sum of these cells is 44. And so that cell is a 1, giving us our digit. We'll bring out Zach for his umpteenth 1 dance today. Boop, boop, doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, 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 wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. It's been pointed out I have a couple black dots labeled 1, 2, 3, which is probably not ideal. So those are 1, 2, meaning that these are not 1 or 2. Let's see. These digits are known, so we can just write them in. Because the digits we're missing are 6, 7, and 9, and we can just write them in because we've got a thermo basically there. Okay, so where are 7 and 9 in box 7? The answer is there. And so where is 6 in box 7? The answer is there, so that makes that a 3. I see now I could have used a 1-2 pair to do that, but what fun is that? The way I did it was cooler. Yeah, the filling in the entire path is a little disappointing as sort of start to one of these. These are a 4, 8, I believe. Let's see. I was thinking when I saw this was going to be region sum lines that it was going to be pretty messy to try and make this a region sum lines puzzle, and I think that turned out to be true. These can only be from 2, 4, 8 because I can't do 1, 2, and there's no 3 on this by stuff. Also, 4, 8 sums to more than 11. And more than 11 is a problem if I'm trying to make these sum to 11. So basically that is a 5 and a 3 and a 5. And that 1, 2 looks up, making that a 4 and a 2. Making that a 1 and a 2. Making that an 8 and a 4. This is a number that is less than 5. And it's not 1, 2, or 3. So it is a 4 as well. Yeah, we got that. Okay, so... oh, this is just a 7 because we can solve for the sum to 11. Let's see. Okay, so one of those two is a 9. However, we would like to do that. Yeah, you mentioned before that you liked it to be involved, sort of to be back and forth, which I've had similar issues with puzzles. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9. I know that one's not 6, that one's not 7, that one's not 9. This one's not 9 either, because that would be a 2. And this one's not 6 either, because that would be a 5. So in fact, this is an 8 and a 3, if we look at those. Okay, that one's not a 3 anymore. Okay, so now this is a 3-cell sum to 11 that I probably know something about if I try really hard. So it doesn't have a 9 in it, I guess, is the first thing, because a 9 plus 1, 2 is already too big. So the 9 in column 8 is there. So that's a 7 and a 6, and that's a 9. And if I just fill in what these can be, and I guess I should just think about it this way. What is the sum of these two digits? So the sum of the whole column is 45. And these sum to, let's see, that is 10, 18, 27. Plus those sum to 11. So that is 38. So that means these two sum to 7, so they have to be 2 and 5. So that makes that a 1 and a 3. That makes that a 6. These are 2, 5, 6. Oh, and this is bigger than something, so it's definitely not a 1. So the thing it's bigger than is a 2 or a 3. We filled in a lot of digits there. I don't think I know whether this is a 2 or a 3 yet. But I probably will once I contemplate what this is. This is it's not a 7, so this is only an 8 or a 9. Okay, so this could be 2, 9. It's not 3, 8. It's not 4, 7, and it's not 5, 6. So it has to be 2, 9, which makes that a 9, a 2, and an 8, and a 3, and a 5, and a 3. Let's see. 1 in box 4 is just placed. Oh, sorry. No, there's already a 1 in box 4. I guess it's not a lie to say that 1 in box 4 is placed, but it also has already been placed. This isn't a 9 because I need these two to sum to 11. And this isn't an 8 because I need these two to sum to 11, and that can't be 3. So this is a 6 and a 5. And this is an 8 and a 9. And so we've got some more digits filled in the grid. This is a pair of some description, which seems to be a 7 and a 5 that is resolved. Let's see. I'm going to just fill in the first few rows, I suppose. So that is a 4 and a 5. That is a 1 and a 2. There's a 4, 8 pair down there that Sven didn't see. Let's see, 4, 6, 7. So one of these two is 8. That one is not a 1. But this number is not a 6. And that number is not a 9 because this number is bigger than this number, which gives me a 6, 7 pair, which actually makes this and this naked singles. Oh, this is already a 2, by the way, because of math. So it was already a naked single, but we'll pretend that that helped me figure out that this was a 9. It didn't, but we can pretend. This is not a 7 because of the 6, 7 pair. That's an 8, 9 pair, so that makes that a 1. That 7, 9 pair looks up and makes that an 8. Makes that a 9, makes that a 3. It wasn't a 3 because it wasn't an 8 because of the 8, 9 pair anyway. This is a 6. Let's see. That is an 8. Okay, that is a 3 because of math. Okay, and now we can probably just mark the rest of the grid, and it'll be fine. So that is a 5 and a 3. That is a 1. So I need these two to sum to 10. And so this can't be 7 or 8, or this is already too much. So this is a 4, making that a 6, making that a 7 and a 4. At a 7 and a 2 and a 9, 8 and a 4, an 8, a 9, a 7, 6, 4, 7, 8, 6, and 7. Yeah, that one wasn't quite as satisfying because of the path. I did like that it was resolved by these things. Oh, right, ending text. Black currants eaten. 3. One-way doors used. 1. Finks displayed caution around the unfamiliar one-way doors and correctly identified that those should be avoided. Black currant consumption remained optional. Experiment 5 to go ahead next week as planned. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, have a quick burst of calories, and I will be back with more Rat Run. So see you and Finks in just a moment. Welcome back. All right, so next up, I have to read the flavor text, sorry. At this rate, things will be ready for the big one in a matter of months. But I'm getting ahead of myself. There will be much work to be done first. Testing of the doors will continue, but more importantly, Elliot seems confident that next week we will at least be ready to try out the, and then it runs off. I suspect the bombs are coming next week. Let's see. So we have continued our rules from before, but now we're making a parity line. So our line has to alternate between even digits and odd digits. And we do have a few kind gimmies. Like we have two strings of two black dots, which means that they have to be from 1, 2, 4, 8, and they always have a 2 and a 4 on them, and the middle one is always a 2 or 4. Okay. And then we still have our greater than, less than. Okay, so if this is 2, 4, 8, then we just can't enter this region at all. If this is 1, 2, 4, then we can sort of sneak in a way. If this is 2, 4, 8, it actually basically kills the entire box, right? I think maybe what I'm supposed to actually think about, maybe not quite. Each of these takes up at least one even, and I'm going to need at least one more even to get to the cupcake in this box. But that's not quite 4 evens, like I had hoped it might be. Let's see. Okay, so certainly we've consumed 2 evens through here. I guess we could go through there or something like that. Oh, right. I see. The point is this one-way door. So if Finks goes up, it doesn't work because of this one-way door is the other piece. This path up won't work because we definitely know there'll be a 2, 4 up here because we can only put one odd on the string of 3 black dots. And then we can't escape through that door or back through this door if you wanted to try and do something like this. That won't work either. So Finks just can't go up like that, which means Finks can't visit any of those cells. And so Finks is going to start ratting her way this way. So, question is, can she rat her way all the way sort of through here? Possibly. I mean, probably, honestly. It's pretty unlikely, I think, that we're going to go this way and just go straight across or anything. Just from having done a few of these puzzles, it seems unlikely the path is going to be that. Okay, I can prove the path isn't that because the odd and even are in the wrong place. Because if the path were literally straight across, these would be the odds because there are 5 odds and 4 evens. Okay, and we can never, if we go through here, we can never take this turn because of the fact that there's definitely 2 adjacent evens on here. So if we do go straight, we're going to have to keep going straight, and then end up taking some path like this. I don't know that I'm super keen on ruling out that path with what we know now. But it would have to be, I think, literally exactly that. Uh, so I stick by my almost assuredly. We go up. Uh, Oh, we can still, if we really wanted to sort of parody color this, we could still basically say this doesn't work because of the thing. So basically, if because of that checkerboard thing we talked about earlier, if the rat never moves diagonally, then we just know that these cells are the even ones, and so the cupcake is going to be even. And so the path that I outlined was this one, where the cupcake would be even, that cell would be even, that cell would be even, and that cell would be even. What is the problem with that? Oh, row 9 still has 4 evens in it. Yeah, row 9 still ends up with too many evens because we then end up with all of these cells in row 9 being even. I thought it was going to be 5 evens in box 9. I don't think it ended up being 5 evens in box 9. Yeah, that's quite gritty. I suspect there's probably a better way to contemplate what is happening here than that, but I will, I suppose, accept it that we definitely have to go up this way. And so we know that the way we get out of box 4 is through this. And so we know that this digit is a 1. And we can bring out Zach for our 1 dance again. Boop boop doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop boo-doop ba-doop boo-doop boo-doop boo-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yeah, so far, yeah, we've got a lot of 1 dances today. Okay, so this is a 6 or an 8. And so if the rat goes up, if the rat comes up here, then these are going to end up being a 6-8 pair, which seems potentially problematic, but okay, so now we can do the parity trick again, because we know there's no diagonal movement in here, and so we can just sort of checkerboard backwards and say, okay, so this is odd, so that's odd, so that's odd, and that's odd. And likewise, these are all even. And so that's going to give me the fact that I've now used all the evens in this column, so the rat cannot go up there. Trying to decide if I actually want to color these odds and evens or not. It's very difficult to see without it being colored. But also it seems like it's going to be a really a visual mess if I do color it. Let's see. Yeah, maybe purple yellow. Okay, let's see. So just try and minimize the okay, so I know that these are also these are also yellow because we've got all the purples in this column, and these are also yellow. Let's see. I know this is purple. Yeah, these would have to be a 6-8 pair, I guess. Oh, yeah, this is just certainly yellow. Thank you. Okay, well, certainly we get out of box 1 like that, regardless. And so by virtue of that, that means that that cell is also yellow, and that cell is also purple. And so we spend our last yellow either there or there. Oh, oops, sorry. I continued the coloring from there, not continued the coloring from there. Sorry. Just to continue the coloring from there, because that's the one that's actually on the path. 50-50 chance. I got it right eventually. So one of these two is yellow, but it's not the last yellow, for whatever that is worth. See, I would use all the purples if I went up this column. The one-way door doesn't give me a path because I want to go the way the one-way door lets me go, right? I can move in the direction of the arrow. So I can move through this or go around it, I think. Unless I misunderstand something. And you don't have to use the door, right? Let's see. What else can we say here other than that we definitely go out that way? Let's see if we did run out across the top. Why does a V connect a yellow and a purple? Is that an additional rule here somewhere that I did not notice? I don't think that's a rule. Let's see. We do know we've got some 579s sorting around here. Oh God, we're gonna have to prove somehow that we have to use the diagonal here or something. I feel like it's going to be very strange. But there's only one spot where we can use the diagonal, and probably parity coloring is going to tell us we have to use it or something. Oh no. Sorry to hear that, Jim. I mean, we certainly don't go here, but that doesn't really seem to be very helpful. It is true. If we do go down, we basically go all the way down. I don't understand what Emma is saying. David understands what Emma is saying. I Uh, oh, right. Whichever way uh, the rat goes, the point is that it makes either this a purple and a yellow or this a purple and a yellow. And so Emma's point is this is always a purple and a yellow because if that's a purple and a yellow, so is this. And in particular, that tells us what happens in this column because that's the last yellow for the column. So these are both purple, meaning that these are both yellow, which gives us a couple things. So those are 6, 8. That is not 6 or 8. It is 2 or 4. So some more coloring indeed. So that gives us the path in this box. I see. I thought you were saying we got the path in box 1, but no, we're talking about the path over down here. If the path goes this way, then the 1 in the column is definitely there, which has some ramifications for this dot over here, but I don't really see what to do with that yet. I know the even here is a 2 or a 4. If this is a 2 or a 4, it does some interesting, vaguely interesting things to these black dots, but not quite. Let's see. I see. So if we go down this column, then we end up going here. And so the point of this is if we end up going here, then we've now used all the evens, so this is odd. But also if you count backwards along this is odd. And we can't make both of those odd. That's a very cute spot from Matt Laffey. So we don't do that. We do that, which gives me some more coloring. Okay, that's all my evens for this row. So that's yellow. That's purple, and it's a 2 or a 4. Yeah, that was very well spotted. So now the cupcake can't be even. Because if the cupcake is even, so we're going to have to use this diagonal, like I said before. Because now if the cupcake is even, well, we certainly come at it from this direction or this direction, but both of those require 2 more evens in either row 9 or column 9, and neither of which works. So the cupcake is now definitely odd for what it is worth, which means we do have to take advantage of one of the 2 diagonals here in order to possibly make this work. Uh, This is surely at least 4. Yeah, this is an even that's bigger than another even, so it's at least 4, 6, 8. Uh, Likewise, this is 2, 4, 6, I suppose. So yeah, the I guess the question, like, there's a few ways it seems to me like we could sort of the diagonal step, like, it's huge and that we have to visit here, but it doesn't seem to immediately force to me like that we come out this way, because I think we could, like, for example, bounce up through here or something. Uh oh, maybe we always come out here. Is that the point? No, we can't come out there, right? Isn't this yeah, we can't come out here, right? We can't come out of the diagonal there because this is on the wrong color. We could go into the diagonal there maybe, but I don't think we can because I think we'd cut off ability to get to our cupcake. So we actually have to zigzag through this, not going. Oh, maybe we could zigzag out and around or something. It is true we assuredly have to turn left, because if we go down, we cannot get back to the cupcake after going through the diagonal. So we can certainly do that. Okay, and so we must, after going through the diagonal, we must come back through here, right? Because we have to get to the cupcake and it's not through there. So we know ultimately we're going to be going that way. And this way, and by the time we're here, we're going to be on the same coloring as this, which is to say that that cell is going to be yellow, and that cell is going to be yellow, and these are both going to be purple. But now, again, we have to go up. If we don't go up, we're not ever doing this, and we can't, again, sort of turn there because we haven't taken the diagonal yet. So we can go purple, 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 yellow, yellow. That's 3 purples already in this column, is kind of spicy. Means that we never go all the way down like this when we're returning. So interestingly, that means we go this way no matter what, is the point. That is, by the way, all the purples for this box is kind of interesting. Because we either now turn here and then go this way and then go that way. Oh, actually, maybe that's still vaguely possible. Right. Okay, right. The last even is definitely on this black dot, points out Todd. So that means these are certainly yellow. Regardless. Oh, I guess I knew that this was coming back from the thing, so I actually could have backfilled in this a bit more without any real deep thought. And again, these can't connect because they're off color and because we haven't done the thing and because et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's all the purples over here, so these are both yellow. That's all the purples in this row. Aha, there we go. So this is yellow, and that's purple. And we can finally resolve the box 1 coloring, or box 1 path, which has to be that. Okay, well, this assuredly has to go down. It just doesn't have any other way to go. That is a yellow. I think we're going to run out of evens if I take this down, aren't we? If this goes down, it's going to have to go down... Oh, not quite. I can go down at least this, but it'll have to go down at least that far. That would be even. But that's okay, probably. Well, this can't go that way because that's not the way the one-way door... Oh, wait, sorry. No, that is the way the one-way door works because we're going that way. Yeah, if this tries to go this way, do I run out of odds? Assuredly, I would... If I go through this pathway, then I use the last 2 odds there. There is only 1 odd in all of these cells for what it's worth. Using the one-way door messes up parity. How so? Which one-way door, by the way? Are we talking about this one-way door or this one-way door? Uh, uh, hmm. This going this way doesn't work. I see. Okay. This going this way doesn't work because it puts an even here and forces this way, which puts an even there, and that's too many evens. You can see why that would take me a minute to see. That's not usually how I look at these things. But yeah, if you look just a little bit, this going here puts eventually 5 evens in row 4. So this does not do that. So this continues down and down, making that a purple and that a yellow. And now we know one of these diagonals is in. These are assuredly an odd even pair. Wait, are these 2 colors the same no matter what happens? Yeah, Martin is saying the same thing I'm just realizing is if this goes down, then this cell is yellow. If this goes left, then this cell is purple. But that also means this cell is yellow. So this actually always goes this way regardless of which way the thing works, which is insane. Uh, uh, I'm not too surprised. This one is a little less flowy than the others in terms of figuring out. Isn't because parity lines are so unrestricted. Uh, Does it work again here? Yeah, because either we're coming from, this is again one purple and one yellow. And so either we're coming down from here, in which case this is going to be purple, or we're coming down from here, in which case this is going to be yellow, but those are saying the same thing in different ways. Is it the same in row 6, or am I now allowed to do either that? Or does it not change it? Yeah, okay. So either, yeah, again, it does work again. Because, yeah, again, I'm either coming down here or coming down here. Now there's 3. So the only difference is now there's 3 cases to check instead of 2 cases to check. But all the cases still work the same. Yeah, so that is that and that. Okay, that is all the evens in this column. That is worth noting. I could have also done this rather than the 3 cases. I could also have done that with that. Anyway, that makes that a 1, a 2, and a 4. Which makes that the other 6, 8. Makes that the other 2, 4. That is not a 1 anymore. Yes, right. Now that's not the diagonal that we use because those are both odd. So now that's the diagonal that we use. And that's even. And that's the last even in this column. So we can orangefy that. We can yellowify that, which, by the way, tells us which way we get to the cupcake. Namely, we get to the cupcake this way. And now we assuredly don't keep going up because that's not going to work. So we'll come over this way. Okay, right. This can't connect there, so where is it going to connect? Right, it's going to connect up like that, and this is going to connect down like that. This column still needs an extra even, David points out. So these are from 2, 4, 8. Which means that this is an even-odd combination, which means that these are either 1, 2, or 3, 6. And that one's not 1, so that one's not 2. Right. Now that this is both even, this can't go down anymore. So this now comes this way, and now we know how it connects. And if I look at this, I have to keep in mind which direction this is going. Right. This would be backwards. I can't go through that way because that's coming away from the cupcake. So we have to go that way, and then we have to go that way. And I think now the path is done. Let's see. Okay. So What do we do now? Probably start subcoloring, I'm guessing. Oh, 1 in box 7 is placed. That's a good observation from Laura. I like that a lot better than subcoloring. So that now places a 1 over there. Let's see. 1 goes in one of these two places. Yes. Okay. Yes. This one-way door has a 2, 4, and a 6, 8 on it, so we know at least the order that they're in. And that tells me that this bigger digit here is not a 4, because if it was, then that would be a 2, and it would break that cell. So this is actually always a 6, 8. Doesn't quite tell me anything about that yet, but hey, it's something. We've got a 2, 4, and a 6, 8 left here. 2 in row 6. Right, you can't put 2 there. That is funny, right? So Martin points out, if you put a 2 here, then that's a 1, but then that's another 2. So that is a 2, making that a 6 or 8, making these a 2, 4 pair, except I know this one's not a 4 because this black dot has a 4 on it. So that's a 2 and that's a 4. These are a 4, 8. That is a 2 or a 6. These are a 6, 8. Yes, 1 in column 6 can't go between these things, so the 1 in column 6 goes there. So one of these is the 1. And now we can place the 1 in row 1, Timitab points out. It can only go there now, owing to all of our inequalities. Very nice. So either there or there. Oh, this is just a naked 6. How about that? Makes that a 2. Makes that a 4 and an 8. And a 2 and a 6. And makes that a 6 or 8. It's only an 8, actually, making that a 6. Making that a 6 and an 8. Making this a 3, 6. Because now there's no other even to go on it. Making that a 6, a 4, and a 2, and a 6, and an 8, and a 6. And an 8. And an 8, and a 4. And a 4. And a 4. These are 2 and 8, and we know the order even. Unfortunately, the 8 going there is not quite as exciting as one would have hoped. That is a 4, and that's an 8. So now that is a 3, because it is an odd that is less than 4. That is not 1. We'll take that. This is a 3 or a 5, I suppose. This is just a 3. 3 is the only odd digit that is less than 4 and isn't 1. 3, 3, that's a 3 just by Sudoku. Uh-oh. Stop. Last purple's wrong direction. Oh, I see. That one. Yeah, sorry. I misread that. Right. It's bigger than 4. Well, that's unfortunate. There are lots of numbers that are bigger than 4. This is still a 2, though. I will take that. This is a 6. So that gives me a yellow and a purple of a 3 and a 6. And that means that that is yellow and that is purple and is the last 8. And now we've done all the evens in the grid. So now it is only the odds that remain. This is a 1 by Sudoku. This is now a 1 by Sudoku, and so now that's a 1 by Sudoku, and that's all the 1s. Let's see. 3 in this box is definitely in this column, if I want to mark that. I don't really want to, but I'm going to. And so 3 in this box is in this column. Let's see. Okay, this is 5 or 7 only, because in fact the column just has 5, 7, and 9. But this one's not a 9. Oh, I want a bigger digit than 8. That seems to be a 9, which seems to make that a 3 by my previous deduction. These are a 5 and a 7 in some order. And so that makes that a 9 just by the row. Let's see. This column, we are missing a 5 and a 7 again. This column, we are missing a 5, 7, and 9. This one seems not to be a 9. That one seems not to be a 9. So that's a 3, just to finish off the column now, which has made that a 5, a 7, and a 9. Made that a 5 and a 7. Made that a 7. Made that a 5. Okay, these are a 5, 7 pair, and we know the order. So that is a 3. This is assuredly a 3 or a 5. Oops. Oh, this is only a 9 now because it's bigger than 7, actually. 3 or a 5. This is also a 3 or a 5, I suppose. I think that's also... Oh, I don't know if that's a 3 or a 5 or not. That's a 5, though. I know that. So that's a 7 and a 9. No 5 or 7. That is a 5, and that's a 7. So that is a 3 or a 9. It sure is. And so this is a 3 or a 9, but it's not a 3, we know. It's a 9, so that's a 3, right, because of the corner marked here. And now that 5 looks over and places a 5 there and a 3 there, which gives me a 9 there and a 3 there, and a 7 there, 5 there. 7 there, 5 there. That's a 7. That's a 9. That's a 9. That's a 3. There we go. Oh, sorry, I have to read the text. Black currants eaten. 1. One-way doors used. 6. Fink's grew in confidence using the one-way doors and did not hesitate to go out of her way in order to find a place to move diagonally, thereby achieving the necessary parity shift. I have more faith than ever that next week's landmark experiment will see Finks secure her place in the history books. Ooh boy, that one was a... I liked the sort of the parity shift trick. That was cool. By nature of the fact that it's a parody line, it sort of meant that like most of the puzzle wasn't related to the cool stuff that's going on in the series because the parody line doesn't do anything, and so we got to use like a bunch of... So the end resolution was just a bunch of like inequalities and stuff, and that part was less exciting. But I liked the sort of the beginning part of that one a lot. Alrighty, let's do the next, which is Olive, apparently, called Equilibrium. Uh, all safety checks are complete. Today, assuming we can achieve similar results to the preliminary tests with fruit flies, Finks will become the first mammal to undergo teleportation. Experiment 6 will compare Fink's cognitive function before and after, and then it continues. Sorry, it's cut off, but the text continues under it. Okay, so now we have teleports. Entering a yellow teleport will cause Sphinx to be instantly transported to the other teleport. From there, she can continue her journey. The teleports contain the same digit. One-way doors work the same, black currants work the same, and then the test constraint is, in this experiment, the sum of digits on the path before teleporting must equal the sum of the digits on the path after teleporting. Okay, so I originally was thinking, we're not yet sure if they're definitely going to be a teleport, but if the sums of the digits are going to be the same, we definitely have to teleport. In this teleport, I don't know exactly what happens in this mess, but I do know that I have to go through there. This is a one-way... Oh, no, sorry. That's a one-way door. I actually don't know anything about the direction. I can at least note this is definitely happens. And that definitely happens. I guess that definitely happens. Let's see. We're shortly going into here. Okay, so we're getting corralled if you look at it where from Fink's perspective. We're getting corralled through here for sure. Oh, but not making it to the cupcake. Sorry, or the teleporter. Right. So yeah, so the the point is the before the teleporter path is going to be a lot longer than the after the teleporter path. I think is going to be the point here, because now we can't make it out through there, so we have to make it out through there. Because this is the teleporter we're going into, so we can't go this way across this thing, so we have to go across there. Hey, Sniglet, how are you doing? Okay, so I guess we could say, like, yeah, what... Yeah, sort of the... I agree with David that the max-min thing is going to be pretty interesting, because basically we can't possibly use more cells than these together. And that is... that can't be that large. 45 plus 35 is 70 at most. So we can't sum to more than 70 before we get to the teleporter, even though our path to the teleporter is going to be quite large. Oh, sorry, 80. 80, not 70. Okay. So we're probably going to have to, like, really economize. But there's lots of places we can use diagonals, at least. Oh, right. The teleporters are the same, so we can just ignore the teleporters entirely. And just say these together, because the teleporters are equal. So yeah, then 75 is the maximum that we can make these things sum to. And so min 10 here, min 10 here. So we're at least at 30 just from the bottom piece here. Min 10 here. Here we're going to be min 15. So 10, 10, 10, 10, 15 is 55. 10 here is 65. Yeah, and 10 here is 75. Okay, yeah. So we have to do the absolute minimum. And at least the math was not as horrendous as I thought it was going to be, because it is 6 10s in a single 15. So we can do that. We can handle 6 10s in a single 15. And so that just means the path has to look like this. We have to use the underside of this. We have to not grab this until the absolute last minute. So that has to be our pre thing. That has to be that. Let's see. We know that this is 6 or 8, so this is 3 or 4. We know we assuredly don't come up here, so we assuredly do that, and then that, in order to make this from 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Logan, how are you doing? 2, 3, 4. Now people are going to say you can't put a 3 on here, so you can't put a 2 on here, so this can't be a 1. So this is 3 or 4. And so this is 6 or 8, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, through here, I guess we have lots of efficient paths, but we know we have to go out there. If we are taking an efficient path through here, which means we have to do that. And now, remember, in this box, we accounted for 15. So it's those. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. So that one's not a 6. And that one's not a 9, at the very least. These are, of course, from 1, 2, 3, 4. This is, of course, from 1, 2, 3, 4. These are, of course, from 1, 2, 3, 4. This is, of course, from 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, did we know that? I think we proved both the circles were 5, right? We proved both the circles were 5. Because, yeah, as exactly as Emma says. Yeah. And we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple down in the bottom here, so I guess I can fill in. I know these are 6, 7, 8, 9, but I also know these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 5 dance. Yeah, let's not forget the 5 dance. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, 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 whoa. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Right. The 6, 7, 8, 9 cannot be part of my path that only hits 1, 2, 3, 4s, so we definitely go that way. Agree. Thank you, Emma. There's probably not a 3 or a 5 on this dot. These are also from 6, 7, 8, 9, by the way. Oh, and this is a 7, 8, 9, and this isn't a 9 because of that. There's definitely a 2 on here, so that's not a 2, which by previous work means that is a 2. So that's not a 2, and these aren't 2. In fact, that's a 1, 2, 4 triple, good old-fashioned. So these aren't 1, 2, 4. So the digit that is in this column that we go through is a 3, I suppose, is what that is saying. These are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not a 9, and that's not a 5. Okay, this is either on the dot or it's not. That was my profound statement of the day. Oh, right. If I fill this in, it will help because this is now a 1, 3, or 4. And so now these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 5. In fact, actually, that just tells me that's where the 5 is. It actually just places the 5. And so here I now have to go bloop, bloop, like that. And so now that's not a 3 because of the dot. This is also a 1, 2, 4. Again, there is a 2 on here. So these two aren't 2, meaning that one is 2. Looking at that, that one's not 2. This is a 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. This is a rat run. The 3 looks up here at this dot, I see. So you're saying that is not a 3. This is a 1, 2, 4, 8 quadrangle. That's not a 3 either. But it's not, because we already have 3 1 2s. Sorry, this is not an 8. We already have 1, 2, 4 triple. So this is an 8. If I look at it. And so that makes that a 4. I see. I accidentally added it while marking this. I was very confused. Okay, so those are a 2, 4 pair. Those aren't 4, so that is 4. That is not 4. That is not an 8. That is not a 4 or a 1. It's just a 2 because there's a 1, 3 pair down there. That is a 1, which makes that a 3 and a 1. That is a 3, 4 pair. None of those are 2 anymore. These aren't 1 anymore, so actually that sorts out that that's 2 and that's 4. So that's 3 and that's 6. So none of these are 6. That's not 6. That's not 6. That's not 6 either. That is not 3 anymore. That's not 3 or 4. That's not 4. It's just 1, 3, 5. Okay. Oh, this is just the 5, isn't it? Yeah, this is where 5 goes in column 3. One of these two is the 5 for this box, so that's never a 5. So if it's a 7 or an 8, that's not a 7 anymore. It's an 8 or a 9, and that's a 7, 8, 9 triple, making that a 5. Let's see. Okay, that's a quadruple of 6, 7, 8, and 9. In particular, that's the 9 and the 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. Oh, which means I have to place a 2 in this column, and it only goes there. Okay, so it's now definitely on the path. And remember that this is one of the boxes where the minimum length is 1, 2, 3, 4, or is 4. So actually, the path now has to take this diagonal, or I'm not going to get there. All right, so these are now 1, 2, 3, 4 as well, including that one being 3. No? Oh, right. Sorry. I could take that diagonal. Sorry. I see. I see. Uh, this is 134 as well. This is 134 as well. Right. Right. Sorry. In my head, somehow this was a square, even though it's actually sort of got a little bit more wiggle room than that. Well, I know the digit that we hit in here is a 3, because I have to hit one of them, and it's not a 1, 2, or 4, so that's never a 3, and that's never a 3, actually. Column 6 has a 1, 3, 4 triple. I agree. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9 if I want. Oh, sorry, not 9 apparently. Oh, yeah, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. Right. This is just the place where 9 goes in this column, also known as. Okay, and so one of those two is a 9 down here. Sure is. I do know one of these two is an 8 because of the 7, 8, 9 triple in the row. So the fact that one of these two is an 8 means that isn't. So that's a 6 and a 3, making that a 4, making that a 1 and a 3, making that a 4. I do have to make sure this number is less than 9. Okay, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there was a lot of Sudoku all of a sudden. Oh, this isn't an 8 either, for what it's worth. It's probably going to do a lot less. Okay, so what are these digits now? Not 1, 2. They could be 3. They're not 4. Could be 5. Could be 6, 7, or 8, I guess. But that's not a 5. For whatever it is worth. Oh, I see. So this is just a 3-5 pair because this isn't the 3 either because we corner marked a 3 here. And so this is just a 3-5 pair, which you can, I suppose, also see if you pencil mark this and see that that's a 6, 7, 8 triple. Okay. Oh, these are 1, 2, 4, 8. And this one's not 2 or 4. So this one is 2 or 4. Thank you, Joel, for pointing that out. Let's see. There is a 3 in one of these two cells. The box 4 path assuredly continues to that cell because it's not going through the 8. So this is a 1 or a 3. And if I look at that, that gives me a 1, 3 pair in the column, which makes that a 4. Which looks down and seems to make that a 2 and a 4. This cell isn't low. Because it's not 1, 2, 3, or 4 anymore because there's a 1, 3 pair in the column. So that's not the cell. So that is where this finishes, making this a 1, 2, or 3. It's not a 2, actually. It's just a 1 or a 3. So that's the 2. Through the force of the various 2s looking at things. So that 1, 3 looks over and makes that a 5 and a 1. Let's see, that 1, 3 also looks over at that, making that an 8 and a 4. Making one of these an 8, meaning that's not an 8. These are a 6, a 7, and a 9, I believe. These digits are a something. It's not a 1 because we've got our 1, 3. This isn't a 9 for sure, so that is, because we need a 9 somewhere in the box. And this number is bigger than 6 or 7, so this is an 8 or a 9 for sure. Oh, and it's not a 9, so this is just an 8. So this is the 9. So that's a 7, 7, 8, 9, 8, 8, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 8. Let's see. So that is a 6, it would seem. Okay. That bodes well. We will mark the remaining cells. This seems to be a 6 and a 9. Let's see. These are a 7, 9 pair. Oh, I didn't mark those. That seems to be a naked 1. Little tidy. That is a 3, 5, 7 triple in the row. So that is a 4, and that's a 2. Okay, this is not a 1. This is not a 9, because of how those work. This is a 7, 8 that's bigger than a 7, 8, 9. So that can only be an 8 and a 7. 3, 9, 1, 5, 7, 3, 5. Okay, and that gives us the path, because the path, remember, needs to bounce through the 3. See, I told you that's what it was. No one believed me. 3, 1, 7, 1, 3, 9, 6, 5, 7, 9, 7, 8, and 6. More Zeta impressions indeed. Yes, the I admit black currants eaten 5, one-way doors used 0. The teleportation went exactly to plan. Although approaching it tentatively, Fink seemed to realize the importance of the moment. Molecular reassembly at the exit teleport was instantaneous and with near perfect fidelity, after which no change in cognitive function was detected. Experiment 7 will study Fink's performance when faced with a choice of teleporters. So I admit my deep internal cringe when I read that you needed to make the sum of this giant line equal to the sum of this giant other line is kind of painful. But the way it was done here was very elegant in terms of making it so that the min and max math was very easy, even for a zeta. So I think this is a very elegant use of this, of this idea, and a good way to sort of introduce this. Yeah, I'll say I'm not a huge fan of the using greater than. I like the constraint of the I like the constraint of the one-way door. I think is interesting. The having a bunch of greater thans and resolving the Sudoku, I think, is kind of unsatisfying. But I guess you needed to do something, and it's kind of natural just in terms of, like, what am I going to make the arrow do Sudoku-wise, because it's probably got to do something. It's kind of a natural thing, but it is basically shoving a bunch of length 2 thermos into the grid at the very end. Marty Sears is here, it's true. Very excitingly. Let's do the next one. I am enjoying these quite a bit. No big surprise. Let me open up multiple choice. Okay, let's pull this over here. Okay, so I've got to run the, or I've got to read the experiment first. I expressed my concerns that we were introducing too many teleports too quickly. But Elliot assures me that the technology has been rigorously tested for many months. He likes to use the analogy that it's not really that different from sending effects, but I'm not sure how convinced I am. We have definitely gotten deep into the really dark sci-fi stuff with, like, completely atomizing the poor rat finks. I feel it is probably not polite to de-atomize rat people. Okay, so here we have teleports. Entering a teleport will cause Sphinx to be instantly transported to the matching colored teleport. From there, she can continue her journey. Matching teleports always have identical digits, but teleports that don't match always have different digits. I see. Okay. Uh, Sphinx may only pass directly through a purple arrow if moving in the direction the arrow is pointing. An arrow always points to the smaller of the two values. In this experiment, for any two adjacent digits along the correct path, one can be divided by the other to give an exact thing, or an exact multiple. Okay, so there probably aren't any fives on the line, is what I'm hearing. So I'm not going to take the suggestion to draw a giant black line because I think it will make reading this a nightmare. So I'm going to use a gray line, I suppose. And so, oh, you can divide 5 by 1. That's true. So you can put fives next to ones, I suppose. So there are some places you could put 5, 7, 9s. But each of 5, 7, and 9 can only go next to 1. And so I think these must be a 5, 7, 9 triple, because I don't think you can put a 5, 7, 9 anywhere else in this grid. Oh, sorry, 9, 3. Right, what am I talking about? 5, 7, yeah. So, okay, so maybe we have room for one more, actually. 9 can go next to 3. Right. Yeah, I guess I'm sort of internalizing the logic from black dots, but black dots don't allow for multiples of 3. Still don't love the idea of going, where is the cupcake? Oh, the cupcake is here, I see. This is funny that this spot is just insta-death, so we never visit there, which means we never visit these spots either. Oh, I guess which means we never visit these spots either, huh? Okay, so the thing I tried to prove was sort of visibly not true. Because it would force us into this death spot. It is true. For diagonals, you can repeat the digit. Okay, so we're not going here because we would die. So we come here, and now we assuredly can't visit both the 5 and the 7 in the box, because the 5 and 7 would both need to be next to the 1, and could not both be next to the 1. They'd both have to be next to the 1 at the ends. So now we have to go to teleporter D, meaning that this cell is a 5 or a 7. Okay, also, this can't be the 5 or 7 in the box, because the 5 or 7 in the box would be next to the 1, which would go there. So this is the 5, this is the 5, 7, and it's next to a 1. And we get to bring out Zach. Tell me if you've heard this one before for a 1 dance. Ba-boop-a-doop, woo! Ba-doop-a-doop, wah! Ba-doop-a-doop, wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. What a pro. What a pro. Let's see. Okay, so we've got our 1 there. We've got our the greater than sign was invisible. I mean, you do sort of get conditioned that the greater than signs don't matter. Okay, so we now know where we come out. We come out over here, so we might as well come out over there. And we do need to remember that these are the same digito. Let's see. Oh, and we can't go through here because that's not the way the arrow works. So we actually have to go through here, and then we end up coming out at F, meaning that these are also the same. And now we always come out through here because Well, that's the only way out of the box that F is in. I don't know exactly how we get out, but past that, but we definitely get out there. Okay, so we know that this isn't that 5-7 isn't going there. D isn't 5 or 7. I guess I should mark because it goes next to something. So if you like, we can say D is not 5 or 7. Or 1. And F is not 5 or 7 or 1. So that is worth remarking upon. Simon eventually resolved what the greater than sign did in some different way and then said it was beautiful. Sounds like Simon. Okay. So we do have a 1 along this path somewhere. It's not neither of those cells, actually. So neither of these, actually, none of these cells can be 5-7. So I think there's only 3 cells in this box that can possibly be 5-7, and I think it's those 3. But if these were a 5-7 pair, I think we could get away with shoving the 1 anywhere we wanted. I can only speak for myself, but I'll say for me, the vast majority of the time Simon finds something he calls beautiful, it is almost always intended by moi. But we cannot. I cannot speak for others. Let's see. Okay, so should I think about what order I'm putting the 2, the 3, the 4, the 6, the 7, or sorry, the 6, the 8, and the 9 in? I probably should not think about that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say. I could say things like the 9 only goes next to a 1 and a 3, so none of these are 9, for example. And that's not a 9 either. That's not a 9 because it's on the wrong side. Oh, so the 9 is just placed, is what you're telling me. Okay, that's very cute. Yes, so 9 is in fact placed. Okay, so maybe I should think about it, is the answer. I convinced myself, no, it was not worth it to think about, and then immediately realized that it placed a digit, so that's good. Okay, so the 3 now only seems to go next to 6. And now the 6 seems to only go next to 2. Oh, no, this can't be 5 or 7. You're right. It can't be 5 or 7, because assuredly that's not... Right. Yes, you're completely right. Okay, and this is a 4 or an 8. Okay, well, if that's a 4 or an 8, then that makes this a 2, 4, 8. So now... So if I actually read Josh's thing... I think none of these can be 5-7, I think is the point. So I think these are actually just a 5-7 pair. Also, there's both a 4-8 pair and a greater than sign that are all... oops. Let's try again. Things. Oh, and so this is a 2 by teleporter. So this is not a 2 by teleporter. Oh, and it's not a 9 anymore either because we filled in a 9 in the column. Okay, so 2 goes next to 1 and some even numbers, of which 6 is the only such thing. 1 goes next to literally anything, so that might be a little harder to make good with. Uh, I do, in fact, have to put a 9 in one of these cells, though. And if there's a 9 in one of these cells, because I'm not putting the 9 next to a less than sign, then the other digit is a 1 or a 3 with the 9. That one's not a 3. But in particular, the 9 definitely consumes the 1 and the 3, so green circle is not 3. For sure. And we can sort of corner mark 1, 3, 9 into these cells. Oh, and we know that neither of those is 3, so we know that one of these two is 3. So this can't be 1. Because if this is 1, then by what I just said, this would have to be 3, and then that's 9. That's not going to work, because then the 9 isn't surrounded by this. So this can't be the 1. This has to be the 6, which then places the 3, which then we go the 9 and the 1. So there we go. Okay, and so now these are a 4-8 pair. This is a 4-8. This is the kind of 4-8 that's less than a 5 or a 7, which sounds 4-ish to me. So we'll go ahead and fill that in. Okay. So the only thing the 8 connects to is a 2 that is left in the row, because 1 and 4 are gone. So one of these two cells is a 2, which means the 2 down here is in one of those two cells for whatever that is worth. The way the Sudoku is unfolding with the path is very cool here. I like this one a lot. This is definitely, I can see why this is one of Marty's favorites, and it's one of my favorites so far too. 2, 3, 6, I think, are what are over there. Let's see, what are these? Okay. I was mostly just trying to decide if I could actually disprove the idea that I ever make it to Portal A, which I probably can, but it wasn't quite as easy as I was hoping for. Yeah, I think I can, but I think it's annoying. So I'm not 100% sure that I really want to work on it. Oh, right. Good point from David. If this is a 2, then it needs to connect to something over here, and there's nothing left, because the only things left are available are the only things left that are available to connect to 2 are all gone, because 2 could connect to 1 or 4, 6, 8. Well, that doesn't work. So the 2, in fact, is always over here. And now where do 5 and 7 go in this row? Not on this line, because they'd go with a 1. So these are now a 5-7 pair. Which I guess means that if we visit this cell, we definitely go to the E. Okay, these are 3, 9 just by Sudoku. Okay, I like that. Okay, and so there's a 5-7 down here, is probably worth remarking upon. So if we try and come down here, we have to come through a 5 and a 7, and that's going to be a disaster. So we better not do that. We better do the non-disastrous direction. Okay, so this number is either a divisor or a multiple of 1, or sorry, of 2, but it can't be a divisor, so it's got to be a multiple. So this can only be 4 or 6. However, if this were 4, I guess if this were 4, this could be 1. I guess this is only 1 or 3. I mean, the 5 and 7 would have to have a 1 on either side, and what do they have on the other side? 5 and 7 both only connect to 1, and they need to connect to something else. Was my reasoning or my way of thinking about it, David. So this is a 1 or a 3. 6-3 worries me with what's happening with this 3-9. But maybe it's okay. Okay, so we're always going in portal E is the point, because we can never get through this 5-7. We're never escaping box 8, because we'd have to go through it like this, but that would put 2 1s in the box. So we're always escaping portal E, which means portal E can always be colored. I can probably color it. Let's see, I can probably get rid of these colors for now. Okay, so we can pencil mark portal E. So it's never 5 or 7 because of the 5-7 pair. It's never 2 because it's seen by a 2 there. So it's only 1, 4, or 6 at the very least. Right. We can never connect a 3-9 to a 5-7. And so, and we're not going to escape the box if we go the other way. So we always go this way. A couple people are pointing out. Okay, so this is only 1, 3, or 9. Oops. Just by virtue of the fact that it connects to a 3-9. Oh, it could be a 6. Sorry, 1, 3, 6, or 9. Sure, using a lot of the same things here. Oh, 2 is placed in box 3, McD points out. Very nice. I was suddenly like, wait, how do I interpret this Kropke dot? And then understood that it was because we were in the black level. Row 6, column 7? Oh, we could just place the 8 in this row. Oh, I see. That's what David was. That's what David was telling me, but I didn't understand it at the time. Okay, so somewhere in this row there's a 4, and that 4 goes with a 1. And there's a 6, a 3, and some other a 6, a 3, and a 9. Let's see, and the 6 Yeah, the 6 can go with a 1 or a 3, I suppose. Uh, I feel like there's some smart way to do this that is not basically like play out all the scenarios in my head, which is what I'm kind of doing now, I admit. Uh, uh, that's not how I understood that to work, David. I thought it was just saying these two A's weren't the same if those two teleporters weren't linked. Uh, but I think what you're actually said, but I think your correction is, or your interpretation, I think is correct. I thought when it said matching teleporters, we were just saying if Finks uses the teleporters, then they're the same, and if Finks doesn't use the teleporters, they're different. Uh, but I think it's actually saying unconditionally the A's are always the same and they're different from B, C, and D. So in that case, this is not 8. Uh, but I completely misunderstood what was being said at the time. Uh, yeah, the 6 and 9 can't go next to each other. I agree with that. Let's see. The 9 is in one of these two cells, I suppose. Uh, hmm. There's got to be a smart way to say this. Uh, do I know what the other digit down here is? I don't think that I do, because I don't. It could be a 1, for example. Uh, row 7, column 9, C's E and B. So it's A in box 3. Okay, so the point is this cell's a 4 or a 6. None of these cells are 4, 6. These two cells are not this 4, 6 at the very least. And we know this cell isn't E, it isn't 2, and it sees B, so it is A. Okay, that's crazy, but I agree with Mekti. These two cells have to be the same. If I just look at where this cell goes in box 3, it needs to be A. And so A is 4. Which is crazy. I'm curious if that was the intended version. I'm going to guess that probably wasn't exactly the intended version, but it's very clean in this bizarro universe. Okay, and then 4 needs to go next to 1, as noted. So that is 6. Okay, so we've got our 3, 9. Yeah, 6 doesn't go next to 9, so it goes next to 3. Like that. Okay, so now these digits are 5, 7, and 6. That one's not a 6, and it's not a 7 either, because 7 isn't less than 5, 6, 7. So now we get a 6, 7, less than that. Okay, let's fill in those. I've got a 3, 7, or 9 floating around up here. Uh, okay, so this can't go up because... Oh, no, it could. It could go 639. 639 would be acceptable. 6214 would be acceptable. 61 something something would probably be acceptable. Oh, where is 2 in this box by... Oh, no, sorry. Never mind. I say, where is 2 in this box by Sudoku? But we actually have already placed the 2 in this box by Sudoku. Oh, so it'd have to go... But it could go 284 would be okay, right? But the 1, you're right, is gone in this row. So the 1 in this box is in one of these two cells. Oh, and it's not C, because C is bigger than something. So that's the 1. So there's a 1 in one of those two cells. Let's see. So do I want to mark what C can actually be? It's probably not a terrible idea. So certainly nothing but 3, 5, 7, 9. It can't be 3 because that can't be 1 or 2. So it's never 3. So it's assuredly 5, 7, or 9. So the only way that we can go through here is if this digit is a 3. I feel like we're always... Oh, no, we're not using a 3 if we go this way. That would be an 8 if we go this way. Yeah. If green is 9, where is 9 in box 2? And the answer is nowhere, because it would get placed there. So green's actually never 9. That's a really clever spot. So this number is actually at most 6, which actually means it's only 4 or 5, because it's not 1, 2, or 3, funnily enough, by the row. Let's see. So there's a kind of messy thing where I could say, okay, if we did actually come out here, it would go 4, 2, and then we'd be at a 6. And then the point is the 6 doesn't actually connect to anything that is left in this column, because these are only 5, 7, 8. So we actually can't go to the yellow portal. It's a little messy for my taste, but I'll take it. If we do that, we sort of end up crashed over here. I sort of started to prove this before, and I was like, this is a little too ugly for my taste, but but now it's much better than it used to be. 8 in this box is quite restricted, because it can't go there either. The 8 in this box is actually only in one of these two cells. Oh, these are 1, 2, 4. Thank you. I appreciate that. That one is not a 2. Oh, right. The 8 in this box is in this row, so actually that's the 8. This is always a 4, 5, or 7. Uh, now green can't be 7, because if green was 7, by the same logic, green would go here, but now there's not two things bigger than it. So now green is 5, making that 4. Making that 7 and 5, and that's 7. 5, 7. 7. I guess I can mark that this is 3 or 9, because why wouldn't I? That is a 5 and a 7 and an 8 and a 5. Okay. Right. So now I definitely can't go to 5. So we now just have to go through 6. I guess that was true as soon as I placed this 1. I don't know when I actually did that, but at some point I placed the 1. The cupcake needs to connect to a 1. Annoyingly, I think that could be either of these places, but I can at least fill in this triple as 179. I think the path always ends up here. It's just a question of how it gets there. Right. We know that this is a 3 and then a 9. I probably should fill in. Oh, or 7, 7, right? 7, 7 is also possible, but right. 6 only connects to 3, which then makes that a 9. So there's no 9, no 3. Let's see, these are 7, 8, so that tells me what these are. They are 9 and 5. This number is bigger than 5, and it can only be a 6 by the row. And these numbers are 1 and 3 in some order. Let's see. This might be too many pencil marks. Do I have regrets? I have regrets. Okay. Right. The 9 portals is certainly not exiting into a 2, 4, or 7. So it exits here, and it can only exit into a 3. 3 can't connect to a 2, 7, or a 2, 4, 7 for that matter. So it exits down here to one of the things a 3 can connect to. That is also a 6, 7, or 8, but 7 and 8 don't connect to 3. So this is a 6, that's a 7, a 6, and an 8, and a 7. Okay, now this can connect diagonally. I have to be mindful of that possibility. Let's see. This is a 1, 8, and 5, and a 7. Okay, well, this can't be the 2, because the 6 is assuredly connecting to a 2. So that is a 4. The things left in this row are 2, 3, 6, I want to say. And that is only a 2 out of those. Let's see. Oh, and that's therefore a 2 by good old-fashioned Sudoku. I like the idea, by the way I misread the rules, of saying that, like, some version of this where you've got to say the portals, the digits match on the portals if they're used, and don't match if they aren't used. That seems like that could be fun to mess with. Let's see. Okay, so there's a bunch of digits. That's a 1, 3 pair in the column. That makes that an 8. Let's see. Okay, if we do go there, we end up back at the 4 anyway. Or sorry, back at the 8 anyway. So the path, regardless of whether it goes this way or this way, always ends up at this 8. Yes, we can draw some path from the cupcake backwards, right? Oh, Martin misread the rules in the same way. Yeah, that makes me feel better. So the 7 now can only possibly connect to the 7. And so then the 7 can only now possibly... Oh, I guess the 7 could go down. Oh, right, the 7 has to go down. Sorry, I was going to say that, but that's not a legal move. So the 7 has to go this way, I believe. So that is a 1 and a 9 and a 7 and a 2 and a 7 and a 6 and a 3 and a 2, a 9 and a 6. So this is not a 9. That's not a 7. Okay, so this isn't a 4. I will spoil. So this is a 4. And a 1 and a 4. Okay, and so now... okay, so... oh, I guess if I go to the 9, I am not going to succeed, because if I go to the 9, I now don't have anywhere I can connect, is the point. So I always end up here at the 8, which I thought was equally bad, but it's not, because there's a diagonally 2x2 here, which can then connect back through the 1. And then the 1 can connect anywhere, but if I connect to the 5, I run into instant problems, so I'm going to connect to the 4. I assuredly can't connect to the 9, so I can connect to the 2, and then I can diagonal my way through there, and now I can resolve everything by the fact that this is a 1 and a 3 and a 3 and a 1 in order to make the line constraint work. And apparently I broke the puzzle, because it didn't consider me to have done it. What did I screw up? Oh, the 3-8 probably wasn't the best. Yeah, let's put it in the correct way. It's a very deadly pattern. There we go. Cells visited 42. One-way doors used 2. Teleports used 4. Although initially startled by the noise of the teleporters, Finks quickly became adept at using them. Heart rate returned to normal by the time the cupcake was reached. Teleport B overheated after use. Further calibration required. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, that one was my favorite of these so far. Let's see. I probably have time to do one more, which is discontinuous. The next one is 4 stars. Oh, I say I probably have time to do one more, and this one's going to be an adventure. Well, I'll do one more, but that will be it assuredly. But I know Tristan is working on dinner, so I can do this one while Tristan works on dinner. Okay. Oh, there's some Nabners. Oh, interesting. After problems with teleport B overheating, we have temporarily halted the use of teleports while this is investigated. Meanwhile, we'll test Fink's adherence to rules by tempting her with forbidden doors. It will be interesting to see if her natural curiosity... something. Okay, so let's see. So we are on Nabners now, apparently. Okay, so there are 9 doubler cells to be located in the maze, 1 in each row, column, and box, and each containing a different digit. The real value of a doubler cell is calculated by doubling the digit that appears in it. And then forbidden doors, the value of cells connected by a red X, summed to 10. Finks may never pass through a red X. Not all possible X's have been given, so remember that at the end, if we're stuck for 5 minutes at the end, remember that it means there's a hidden X that we need to find to finish the puzzle. And in this experiment, dotted box borders divide the grid into segments, each of which must be a valid Nabner line. No two cells anywhere on a path segment can have consecutive or equal values. Right, so the equal values is still important because there are doublers. There may not be a 7 or a 9 anywhere. Okay. So we probably have, if you look down here, there's got to be some sort of nonsense happening with this, because if there were not, there's only one digit that's half something and one that's double it. So we definitely have a modifier cell somewhere in here to start. So I want to think about how this even works. Yeah, how does this even work even with doublers? So, because the tricky part is the thing that it's double of can't be part of the run of black dots. So okay, this can't be the cell that's doubled, because if this is the cell that's doubled, then again, there's only two possible values that could connect to it. And that doesn't work. So we need two of these to have the same value. So one of them is x, and one of them is x over 2. How are both x and x... Oh, sorry. One of them, the digit is x. One of them, the digit is x over 2. Yeah, it's going to have to be 1, 2, 4, 8 with a doubled 1 or 2. That's correct. Yeah, because the point is that whatever it is, so one of these three, so the value is x. One of these three is x over 2. But the point is the value is x. We in the other cells have to have 2x and 4x. And so that means x has to be 2 is the only way that this works. So there is a floating 1, 2 outside of here, meaning that this is always a 4. And the other digit floating outside is 8. Alrighty, so let us bring out Zach for the 4 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I think I argued this coherently. It took me a minute, I will admit. 2, 8 is what is left here. So this black dot now basically has to be 3, 6. Because I've used 2 of 1, 2, 4, 8 already. And I can't, and the only way I can use doublers to make more 1, 2, 4, 8s is by using 1, 2, 4, 8s. So that's not helpful. These are therefore 3, 6, and they're all 3, 6. All of those. I'm not allowed to put any additional digits on black dots because of doublers. So these are all 1, 2, 4, 8 again as well. Same, because they can't be 3, 6. Let's see. Yeah, we can certainly say, like, we know the path certainly goes through, like, those cells. I agree. If it goes that way, we have a big problem, because if it goes this way, we need to come up with a nabner that is too big, I think. Even with one cell being doubled, uh, we'd still end up with a length 7 nabner line, and you can't have 6 digits without 2 of them being consecutive, even ignoring the 7th. So we don't go that way. We go this way, and that 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 way. Okay, and so now we know there's a double digit in here, because otherwise this doesn't work. So also, the 5 digits here that aren't doubled are definitely 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, because there are 5 digits, if you think about it, in these cells that are all non-consecutive, and those 5 are the only values that are possible are the 5 odds. So these are, if you want, 2, 4, and 8, because the 6 is in here. So in fact, actually, we can write down this as a bizarro sextuple. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 6. And the 6 is the one that's doubled. So this is where the 6 is doubled. This is where the 1 is doubled. Just as a reminder to self. These are certainly from 1, 2, 4, 8. That it's not a 4. We can't have this bend this way, because that would again be taking 7 cells. So it's got to come this way. And again, it can't take that cell. The only reason, Martin, is that I knew all 3 of these digits were even, and I knew there was a 3, 6 below it, so these digits just had to be 2, 4, 8. It wasn't anything about... it wasn't anything more profound than that. It wasn't anything deep. Okay. We, again, can't go there, because that would be a 7th cell, and that's too many. And again, we need to have a doubler in one of these cells. And we, again, need to have all the odd digits in these cells. So it's all odds and 1 even, which means that this digit here is a 3. Sorry, this digit here is not a 3, because the 5 digits here that aren't doubled include all the odds. So this digit is a 6. So that is a 3, 6. And this digit here is not a 1. The 3 isn't the digit that's doubled. This 6 isn't doubled. I mean, I guess you know it's not doubled because of the constraint, but it's also not doubled because there's a doubled 6 over there. Okay, so this is now a 1 or a 4 because it goes with a 2 or an 8. And it's also not... Oh, sorry, maybe it is doubled, maybe, possibly. Because it could be a doubled... No, a doubled 2 wouldn't work, right? The doubled digit here needs to be big enough that it gets out of 1 through 9. So this is not a doubled 1 or a doubled 2 with an 8. And we do know the double digit is even, but this ain't it, is the point. Yeah, the value, double digit needs to have a value higher than 10, which means this isn't doubled, which means that it is 1 or 4. For whatever that is worth. I am going to fill in that all of these numbers are odd, just in case it is worth doing. 1, 5, 7, 9. It might be relevant later. In particular, because this digit is odd, it's not the digit that's doubled in this box, I suppose. So the doubler in this column is up here, which means that none of these are doubled. Right. Okay, so David is right. The only digit that can actually be doubled is 8. Because 4 isn't big enough when we've already doubled the 6. So this can't be an 8, because the 8 has to be doubled. So that is a 2. We have a doubled 8 over here somewhere, which knocks those being doubled out and knocks 6 out of these cells. That 2 looks across here. and tells me that these are a 1-8 pair. It is the 1, remember, that is doubled. So those aren't doubled, and that's not doubled, and is a 2, by the way. That's not an 8 anymore. So I should probably know what this digit is, huh? It's a 4, right? There's no 4 on the line, right? And that's the 4 is the point, because I know all the odds and the doubled 8 are what are there. So no 4 here. If there's no 4 on here, it seems unlikely that I have squeezed an 8 on here. So these are a 1, 2. And both 1 and... Yeah, I know they're not doubled because the only thing I could double is the 2, and that won't work. Wait, sorry. Sorry, that's wrong. It could be a double 2 with an 8. It can be a double 2 with an 8 because I haven't doubled the 2 yet. Yep, 2 times 2 with 8. Yep. Okay, so what are these 3 numbers? Well, keep in mind none of them are 1 or 8. Okay, so these are the 5, 7, 9 numbers. Okay, this path assuredly continues. Let's see, and it can't meander through this way, because it meanders through that way, it visits, again, 6 cells, and I can't have another one of these that visits 6 cells, for the reasons aforementioned. So this continues over to here. One of these is definitely 2. Let's see. None of these things can be 5 or 7 unless they're doubled, which they could be. Oh, let's see. Todd says I need to double something here. Let's see. Right, because what are the digits that these can come from? Let's just write them down. So if I did not use a doubler, then I could not use 5 or 7 here, and I could only do 1 of 3, 4, and only 1 of 8, 9. So right, so there does need to be a doubler here, which means no doubler up there, no doubler here. This is my first placed doubler. It is a doubled 8. That is a 5, 7, 9. That is not a 2. These aren't a 2. Oops. Okay, so we've got all of that. Okay, technically these two 5, 7, 9s join the 6 in here, so I can remove 3 from those cells if you want. And say there's definitely a 3 over here. So there's definitely a 3 in this column. Quite possibly with a 6. Where's the 2 in this column, asks Todd, because 2 cannot go with anything but 1 and 4, and these can't be 1 or 4, so the 2 is there. Oh yeah, these are 2, 4, 6, aren't they? So these are a 4, 6 pair. Yeah, because we still need to put the other evens in the digit, and we've got a quintuple of all the odds. Okay, and so one of these is a 3, and the other is an 8. And so this digit is a something. It is a 1, 5, 7, or 9, I suppose. So it's not a 1. So I guess it's just a 5, 7, or 9. Is each visit to a box a separate Nabner? Probably, right? Uh, yes. Okay. Each one is separate, right? I was thinking we are going to have problems otherwise. Uh, okay, well, this X is not 4, 6. Uh, 8 is too big on this black dot now, because one of these really is a 1. Uh, there is a 4 on this line, for what it's worth. Uh, uh, hmm. And there's a 6 down in one of these two cells. Right. This is assuredly not 1, because 1 is... because this tail is definitely connecting to the 2. I agree with that. Uh, I was going to say that this was 3, 6, or 4, 8, but I don't think that's quite necessarily forced yet, owing to the way the world works. Okay, there's an 8 down here as well. I should go ahead and mark just by Sudoku. What can this be? Can this literally only be 3? I think this cell can literally only be 3. Yeah, still can't put a 5, 7, 9 on a black dot. This cell just is 3, and these are 5, 7, 9. Okay, that's much nicer. Okay, so these are the other ones. So this is a 3 and something, and a 6. Yeah, the 3 still goes with a 6. Agree, which makes that not doubled, makes this not doubled. I don't think either of these can be doubled, but I don't really want to prove it at the moment, but we can contemplate it. So yeah, we've doubled a 5, a 7, or a 9 down here, but we don't really care which we double, I don't think. Yeah, this Nabner we can think a little bit. I mean, I guess we know it comes out this side no matter what. So that is something. We can actually bizarrely go diagonally through here. Oh, we're always going through a 2, aren't we? Yeah, we're always going... Oh, no, we can avoid the 2 by going through the 4 and the 8 and going diagonally. If we couldn't move diagonally, we'd always have to take one of the 2 2s, but we do not. Oh, but we always take a 2 or a 4, right? The point is, we always take either this 2 or this 4, right? And so this is never a 3, okay. And so this 3 in particular is also definitely not on the Nabner. But wait, how is this going to work? Oh, right. I have to move diagonally, because if I don't move diagonally, this is going to be 5 long. This is definitely a 9, because it's on a Nabner with a 6. So it's not a 5 or a 7. Oops. And the fact that there's a 9 means there's not an 8. So this has to be the doubled 1. Like that. And now the doubled 1 means there's no 2, because we've already got our cell with that value. And so we need to connect there and not there. And now we go through there, and now we have successfully Nabnered our way through the box. We cannot take this 5, 7, because we've already done that. So we definitely move up here. Okay. This is either 4, 6 or 2, 8, just for the record. Okay, we definitely can't get out up here through this box, because if we try to get out through here, then we're going to take way too many cells in this box. So we're going to have to get out through here instead. We can't go through the X, so we're going to have to go like that. And now we need to get out of here as fast as we possibly can, which is going to be 5 cells, I think, regardless. Can we do that? Oh, maybe we can. Maybe we can actually with diagonals. Maybe we can do... That's still 6, though. But I agree going through here isn't going to help. Oh, I see. I'm going to have to bounce through here or something. Yeah. But I agree we eventually have to get out here, because otherwise we're not actually going to get to the cupcake. And we want the cupcake. But I do think we're going to have to actually come in through here somehow. But don't quote me on that yet. But yeah, I just can't take 6 cells in this box at once, which I would have to even using a diagonal. So instead of that, as David says, I'm going to have to leave and I'm going to have to re-enter. And so that's going to force all of that. Going in there isn't going to help. I have to go there. I can't take both 1 and 2, so I'm going to have to go up there. This also looks like this is going to screw me over. What am I missing? Because now I'm going to take 6 cells in this box, and if I can't take 6 cells in this box either. Because this doesn't actually work. I know 3 isn't next to 2, but the thing I've drawn doesn't work. Oh, right. I can go back. Got it. Yeah. Right. I can't connect these is the point. Right. And so I have to do that. So that means I have to do that, and now that is forced. Okay. And so now I can do the things people wanted now that I understand what's happening. That's a 1 and that's a 2. That's not a 1, that's not a 2. These can't be a 1, 2. And also, yeah, so this just can't be a 1, right? Because if this were a 1, that would be a 2. And it can't be a doubled 1 either, so this is a 4. And so it's not a doubled 4. And so this is a 2, but it's not a doubled 2. And so that is an 8. That seems to not be a 4 anymore. This black dot can't be 3, 6 because there's no 6s on it. So it is from 1, 2, 4, 8. Which means it has... Oh, maybe I need to be super careful here. Do I? Yeah, I guess I could have like a doubled 2 and an 8 is the thing I need to be careful about. Okay. Well, here's the thing. The 7 is definitely on this line because it's not there. And if this... Oh, also this is not a doubled 8. Right, okay. The 7 is definitely on this line, so the 8 isn't, and this isn't a doubled 8 unless this is a negative 6. So this is a 1 of some description. I don't know whether it's... Oh, I actually do know it's not doubled because I've already doubled the 1 down here. Which means this is a 9 or a 4.5, one of those. Which means that these are... Stop. What did I do? Oh, the 7 can be doubled. Right, the 7 could be doubled. It's the 7's definitely on the line, but the 7 could be on the line as a doubled 7. Agree. Good catch. This digit's only 5 or 7, by the way, just by digits that it sees. This digit is still never doubled. And if it were an undoubled 8, it would definitely go with an undoubled 2, which doesn't work. So this is a 1 with a 9. That part was all right. I think this is yet another instance where everything I said was right, even though it was the reasoning for it was completely wrong. So that has to go with an undoubled 2. There's no better way to go about that. There's a 2 in the box. So that is a 4 and a 2. So that is a 6 or an 8. And so now this X just has to be 6 and 4. And so now Now it's broken because there's nothing that goes there. What did I screw up again? Oh, no, it can just be an 8. Never mind, it could just be an 8. I don't know why I thought it couldn't be an 8. It's just a regular 8. Okay, so that is not the doubler. So now this is the doubled 6. Means these two aren't doublers. Okay, so I know there's an undoubled 8 on this line. So this is what this is what David was saying. There's an undoubled 8 on this line. So the 7 on this line must be doubled, which means that these are a 7-8 pair is the short version of this, because the 7 has to be up here because it's doubled, and the 8 has to be up here by Sudoku. Which means that these are a 3 and a 5, I believe. So that's not 3, 5. These aren't 7. And this is the other 1, 7, for what it's worth. Oh, this path just has to continue this way, right? There's no alternative because you can't go through the X. And so we just have to do that. There's no way around that. And none of these are doubled. So one of these is doubled. And it's the one of them that's not... Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's the one of them that's not 1, but that's not true. Okay, so this digit is not 1, 2, 3. It's not 4. It's not 5, 6, 7. And it's not 8. So this digit is a 9 by pure nabnerosity. Which seems to make that a 5 and that a 3. That is not a 5. That's not a 5 anymore. What is left in this column? This may be a worthwhile question to ask. So this is not a 5 or a 7. This is a 2 or an 8. Okay, this cell can't be doubled, because the only way it could be doubled is if it was an 8 with a doubled 2, but this cell just can't be 2. So we can remove that possibility. And so this is just, in fact, it's just a 1, actually, if you look at the column, because this has got to be a 1 or a 4, but it is, in fact, only a 1, making that a 2. Okay, well, we know, how do we get to the cupcake? We know we at least don't get to the cupcake from there. There's a 2 down here, preventing the 2 from being doubled. Do I know this isn't a strange X with a doubler on it, Laura? Let's see. Do I know anything about these? I guess probably not, owing to the fact that some of them could be doublers. Okay. I'm going to just corner mark that there's a 7 doubled here for sure. I think the only digits that can be doubled here are a 5 and a 3. Oh, I have 8 undoubled 2s in the grid. Excellent. So that means that this cell is a doubled 2. That was unanticipated. But but very helpful. Great spot to Todd there. So that makes that a 6. Makes that a 4, which seems to make that an 8, seems to make that a 6 and a 3. Seems to mean that I should not go through that path as I get Finks out. Since 2 and 3 are consecutive, you know. Should not go through a 1 on my way out either. So that's the 1, because 1 and 2 are consecutive, and I can't double the 1. Okay, so I'm here. Also, it is a 5 or a 9 that I am doubling in this box. I'm not sure which yet. Oh, it's a 9, because I can't double a 5, because if I double a 5, it'll be with a 9, right? So I have to double 9. So 9 is the digit that is getting doubled in this box, because we already doubled 7 over here. So that makes that a 7. Makes that a 9. Makes these not 7, which means this is 7. Okay, so we've doubled the 9 here, doubled the 7 here. Okay, so we are doubling a 3 or a 5 here. Oh, we can't double the 3 here, actually. If we double the 3 down here, then it's with a 5. So we have to double the 5 down here, right? So I think one of these two cells is a doubled 5, meaning that that is a 7 and a 1 and a 5 and an 8. Actually, wait, could we have missed the path? Sorry, we could have missed it with the path. Yeah, we could have dodged the 5. It's still true, though, that this can't be 5, because if this digit is 5, it's saying we can't double the 3 or the 5. And then there's nothing we can double. So funnily enough, it still tells me this digit is a 7. Right. And so the only things I have left to double, because I've doubled... I technically haven't doubled 4 yet, but doubling 4 is not going to help down here for sure. So I have to double a 5, 7, or 9 down here. What? Oh, I can make this a 5 if I make that the doubled 3 and then dodge it by running around it. Right. I can make that the doubled 3. Okay. Fine. Ruin all my fun. Yeah, I'm doubling the 5, 7, or 9 down here, but it can only actually be the 5, because I can't double the 4 is the point. If I double the 4 down here, then I run into the issue that 4 and 8 are the same number, or well, double 4 and 8 are the same number. So I am doubling the 5 down here, if you like, which does make this a 7 and a 9 and a 5 and a 9. And does mean that I'm doubling a 4 up here somewhere, so it's not there. So I am doubling the 4 up here somewhere. Probably not there, but we'll do that in a second. So this isn't doubled, so this is doubled. And it's therefore the doubled 3. And if this is a doubled 4, there's nothing I can put next to it on a black dot. So this is the doubled 4. Meaning that this is the doubled 9, as previously noted. These have to be a 3, 6 in that order. And we can fill in those. Those are a 5, 7 pair, so that is an 8, and that is a 9. That is a something. It is a 3. Those are somethings. These are somethings. Okay, it seems like that is a naked 8 and 7 and 9. So 4, 5 pairs, so that's a 1. Okay, now that tells me that that is my doubled 7, and that is undoubled, and that is my doubled 5, and that is undoubled. 5 and 7, 3, 5, 8, 4, 5. Let's see. And these are, well, one of them is an 8, and one of them is a 4, so they go in like that. Okay. Uh, so yeah, so we do have to dodge this double 3, if you want. So that means we have to do that, which means that this is a 5 because it can't be a 7, and this is a 1, so that's the 7, and we can't go to the 7, so we've got to go down that way. 7 and 5, 7 and 5. So it was a 5. Yes, you were. My prescience was wrong this time, despite my best efforts. Okay, so I know I definitely am not visiting this. And I'm definitely not visiting that. I'm not visiting that either. So the only place I can go from the 1 is there, and then go from the 8 to the 3. And now I can't, I was going to go left into box 2. So, right, okay, so yeah, so this cell can't connect to either of those, I guess is the easier thing to say. And now it can't connect to that, so it has to go there. And I can't go to this 2, because if I go to this 2, I'll immediately go to a 5, and 4 and 5 are consecutive, so I have to go there. Right, the cupcake can't go down, so it has to go that way. But I can't connect these directly, so I have to connect them through this box, like that. Okay, that very ending part was very painful, but other than that, it was very smooth. We maybe did this faster than some of the 3-star ones. Very nice. Okay, that was a fun day of many rat-themed puzzles. We didn't quite make it through, so I think there are 20 total. Oh, right, I'm supposed to read this. Just like everything else she has faced so far, Finks showed remarkable aptitude for understanding how the modifier cells affected the task at hand, realizing that 2 6-cell segments would be possible if they used 6 and 8 on doublers. Her disinterest in forbidden doors felt almost like a defiant taunt. Very nice. Yes, I enjoyed that one. I feel like probably this last bit here was probably kind of forced to make the puzzle work. But that part was a little fiddly. But the rest of it I thought was very smooth. The 6-cell paths were quite well telegraphed, and everything sort of worked out. Yeah, I guess this is sort of the Zeta AEST of the rat run puzzles so far. Yeah, so let Zach have a break. But what about Big Zach? But yeah, I will return to the I will return to these. I'll at least I'll do the next 2 at some point. But uh, and then probably postpone season 2 until it's been a while since Simon did them, because season 2 is more recent. The reason I've put these off for so long is because Simon always does them the day they come out. So I have been waiting to do them until it wasn't too much. But yeah, well, yeah, we did do 8 in one stream. They started out pretty fast, I guess. If you get, most of them were pretty fast. This one was a little longer, but yeah, the season 2 was quite recent. But anyway, thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you to everyone for liking the stream. If you haven't liked the stream yet, please do. Greatly appreciated. To those of you who've done. Yes, it was an excellently run rat race. We'll do more rat racing at a future time. We have a special guest on Tuesday, so I will not finish the last 2 on Tuesday, but probably next Sunday I will finish the last 2 rat race themed puzzles from season 1. Alrighty. But thank you, everyone. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream, by the way. It does mean a lot. If you'd like to support the stream, you can always do that by clicking the $ button down below. It is very, very appreciated to those of you who do. We do thank everyone on the screens for the Be Right Back, and you'll see them all on the other scene. Yes, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the puzzles, Marty. Those are some great puzzles. I also hear there's a tall cat one that we'll do at some point as well, but I suspect Simon will beat me to it if I were betting Zeta. But thank you, everyone. Thanks for watching. And thank you, last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. Thanks you all for watching. Bye for now.